Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Welcome to Apex Racing TV's coverage of the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series for round number 2 at the 13-turn circuit Jerez for 3 hours of racing. Joined alongside me is Andy Thompson and Josh Wilkie working the controls. Andy, we're coming to a really fun track that's new to iRacing. I mean, like you said earlier before the show, this is new to you too. It's new to me, but I have been watching some races here. It's always been phenomenal. What do you expect when you come to a 3-hour endurance race?
Well, I mean, yeah, hello Avery, hello Josh, hello viewers. Yeah, I'm great to be back to the Championship Motorsport iRTES Endurance Series. I think I've been involved in every single one since it's season 1 here on Apex Racing TV, but it's always entertaining. And today is going to be a very difficult a very different obstacle compared to round 1, which was Daytona. The track's not as wide, there's undulating corners around here, Jerez, and it's going to be a different kettle of fish than round 1. We did see a lot of incidents with the LMDH cars trying to pass the GT3 cars around Daytona, and there's a lot of incidents. So today, if they haven't really sorted out the issues that they had at Daytona, it could be a lot of LMDH cars going down the field rather quickly in this 3-hour session. But I'm really looking forward to today's racing, and it's going to be entertaining as always.
Yeah, when you come to multi-class racing in any track, it's always a challenge when you're going against the other class, because when you're racing against a prototype or you're racing against the GT3 cars, you always have to be mindful that they're also in a race too. But we're super excited here at Apex Racing TV to bring you the coverage for round number 2. I'd like to thank SimRace247.com and the Penguin RC Simulations for sponsoring the Champion Motorsports Endurance Series. So it's always good to have people on board. While we have a little bit of a break, and before we get going, maybe take a look at the point standings with the we can do the LMDH Pros, or what a great class that is. Andy, take a look at the LMDH Pro Satellite Racing Teal. They came out with a good start, 35 points. And then the Penguin RC Simulations is the second. CMS Racing Pro, followed by the OVRTK Team Blue, Team FFSR, and the Pneumatic Motorsports. So it's really cool. It's a really tight points gap. I mean, the nice thing about a season-long race, Andy, is you get a chance to, if you make a mistake round number 1, you have time to redeem yourselves.
Yeah, 100%. What the telling story of that was Satellite Racing Teal was 53.899 seconds ahead of the field, and that was only Penguin RC Simulation Magma team in second place. They were the only 2 race teams that were actually on the lead lap. Everyone from third downward was at least 1 lap down in that premise. So those two who we expected to be Penguin RC Simulation are Season 3 champions, and Satellite Racing, again, Seasons 1 and 2 champions. So those two really showing the class amongst the field in the pro field. Over to the AMs then. In top spot, we got Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, who finished 9th overall, so ahead of quite a few pro drivers on the field. In second place was the Sentence Racing LMDH team. Those two are the only two teams again that were on the lead lap, so those two finished 9th and 13th respective. CMHQ Motorsport Orange is in third at the moment on 40 points. Valhalla Motorsport Club is on fourth with 28 points, with Sim Republic down in 5th place. So although super tight, certainly the top two teams in the LMDH classes are the two teams to probably be watching here tonight out in Jerez. Over to the pros of the GT3, we've got OVT KT White leading the way, 31.168 seconds ahead of the Pro GT3 field, with Team Bearpoke Enduro and D's Porsche Renfara Jug. It's basically 0.4 of a second between them two, so they had a really good fight out in Daytona for the 4-hour race there. So watch some fireworks between them two. In third place, Penguin RC Simulation GT3 with Temper Simsport in 5th place. OVT RTX Team Grey in 6th, with We2 Fast Racing in 7th. Over to the AMs then, we got Long Haul Racing 2. Obviously been in the season since its inception, and it's been the very first race that they've won. So congratulations to Long Haul Racing 2. There, finished 12th, 13th and 14th respective overall in the GT3 class. Did CMH Endurance come in second, with Team Bearpoke in third place. So that was a more relatively close field in the AM, with the top 7 teams on the lead lap, with Valhalla Motorsports down in 1 lap down from there. So the top 6 in the championship were all on the lead lap. So that was probably the hotly contested class out in the field. So the classes that we do have, like we said, we've got LMDH Pro and AM, and in the GT3 we have got the Pro AM. And there is also an amateur over 50s championship going on. I'm not sure if you've got that, Josh, to bring up, but currently leading the way for Long Haul Racing 2 is Larry Ford, who's currently on 35 points, and from Direct Drive Motorsports, Billy Singmon is in second place with 26. Ray Partridge in third on 25, with Wayne Hutchinson on 25 and Phil Elmore on 25 as well. So hot contested. So that's the over 50 class, and that only accounts for amateur drivers overall. So it's only one round gone, Avery, but you can sort of see the different separations in each of the class. Certainly the top 2 in the LMDH finishing in the pro categories. They really were far else, but Obsidian Racing Futures, we can see there in the practice, setting out a stall here and currently leading the way in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's really cool to have the pro and the AM classes for racing, especially when you a driver like me, you're usually in the bottom of the amateur class, so it gives you something to race for. It's great that they're able to do it for both the LMDHs and the GT3 cars. We go to a tough track, as you see a lot of the drivers are out on the track right now, so we're at a tough place, and it's very important to use this last 7-8 minutes of practice to get a better feel for your car, and just get ready to go into a good qualifying effort. So big shout out to all the drivers for coming out here. It looks like we have about 58 cars in the session. That's a phenomenal number. I mean, a lot of series dream of having that, and this Champion Motorsports crew always has a good group of drivers out. So we're honored to bring you the coverage to round number 2 as we take a look at on board here with the Tempest Sim Sports Cadillac. Maybe take us through the track a little bit, Andy, once we get to a good starting spot.
Yeah, we'll do when we go to the top. Obviously, Tempest Sim Sport, we've lost the LMP2 class out of the field. Obviously, we've got the 2 class with gained pro and AM status in each of them, and these teams were the dominant feature in that LMP2 class. So they've now moved up to the LMDH class, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can get their fortunes across to that one as well. So we're just about to come around here to the last corner here to the start lap, but we'll take a track guide around Jerez here. So basically a relatively short start-finish straight. You can see here it's an uphill braking zone into turn 1, so nice and easy all the way over to the left-hand side using the whole track and doing exactly that, not trying to get onto the gas too quickly. Turn 2 is a downhill braking slow right-hander, so take up the thing slow in, fast out. It's very much banked, so you need to use that banking to your facilities. In turn 4, it's a left-hander. Watch out for cutting the corners. The corners there will get you the pesky incident points. Yeah, as you come up through turn number 5, down this relatively only straight that we've got here, but the ideal to make an overtake here down at turn 6, renamed Danny Pedrosa in 2019. So obvious place for the cars to try. Turn number 7, pretty much a flat out, making sure again you don't cut too much of the corner. Really tricky turn number 8, 4th gear. It's strict on the off tracks. Just a perfect example there from of not being able to make the corner, and we probably see that more for the GT3s when they get the tyre wear, because this track is exceptionally hard for the tyre wear. Coming up to turn number 9 and 10, relatively easy corners, but the last corner, turn number 13, is a downhill and the inside drops away quickly, so the front left hand will get unloaded, so you really need to watch out at that critical braking point before coming around the corner to finish it up here at Jerez. Mainly for probably MotoGP bikes around here is this one, but it's certainly going to be an interesting one, and a lot of the corners, Avery, are actually named after ex-GP drivers.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of anything on 2 wheels. I mean, I did grow up racing 4-wheelers, but I'm a huge fan of anything with 2 wheels. So it's cool to be at the moto circuit for these cars. I did get a chance to drive, this circuit about an hour ago after I downloaded the track, and man, it was a lot of fun to drive. I'm not always a huge fan of some slow corners, but this track really seemed to go to my strengths. So I felt pretty confident in my driving ability, Andy, to be have a decent pace, but nowhere near a lot of these drivers in the session. But, the nice thing I was just thinking about earlier today is, this team session it's always fun to race in a team session, but it's also equally as fun to call a race. But when you're doing a team race, it gets that team aspect together, which for a while there in sim racing, that really wasn't a thing. So just a splendid job by everybody involved with the series to get a great group of drivers. And I mean, the times are really close. I mean, 4:10s from first to second in the LMDH Pro, equally for the AM, and it's pretty much equally throughout the Pro and the AM for the GT3 class too. The GT3s are a little bit tighter in the AM spot, but really close on times. But the one thing I'm trying to keep an eye on, Andy, is when they do their driver swap. So they can have a maximum of 3 drivers and have to have a minimum, obviously, of 2. Which driver are you going to start with? I mean, there's obviously always going to be one faster than the others, so with a 3-hour race, you might get 2 swaps in, but so it's always a good idea to keep an eye on when the fastest guy is going to be in the car, because in the beginning, you kind of want to have a fast driver, but you also want to have one of your safest drivers out there, the one that's going to keep you out of harm's way. And then when you get towards the end of the race, you really want the fast driver in there. As someone who has grown to watch, team races, and not only on iRacing, but also in the real series like IMSA and the WEC. So it's always interesting to see how the drivers and teams have a different strategy, because there's no really right or wrong answer. There's just a couple of different strategies.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the beauty of endurance racing, and it's so much more than just the drivers in the car, because you've got all the statisticians behind the scenes. You've got the team principal, and they very much take it their roles and responsibilities to the nth degree here. And I know there's a lot of people behind the drivers that are driving in there. We've talked to a few previously, the work that it entails to try and get them, all the drivers into the cars and get them, tell them where they're going wrong, give us the spotters as well, tell them what cars come up. I mean, this track is going to be super important when it comes to the spotting side of it, because it is quite narrow, and when we went through that track guide, there's quite a few corners where there's only one sort of line to be able to take, so it's got to have a real good synergy between the GT3 drivers and the LMDH drivers. Otherwise there could be quite a few accidents where the LMDH tries to come up the inside. I mean, this corner here that we're coming down to now, that we're watching the organisation from, is going to be a classic one for that dive up the inside. So the outside car, certainly if it's a GT3 car, is really going to have to be on his toes when it comes to understanding, you know, where the cars are around them, because it's so narrow. So that's going to be another interesting part that they really probably didn't have to understand or realize when they went into Daytona.
Yeah, this is a quite a bit different track than Daytona, as practice has ended and we start our qualifying session. So it's going to be you got 15 minutes, you got 3 laps to put down a qualifying effort. So I think the hard thing is, Andy, you got to make sure you got to wait till those tires get warmed up before you can try to put on a heater.
100%, but it's also that added pressure, isn't it? You've only got the 3 laps to do it. You've got 15 minutes, so you don't have to go out straight away. You know, you've got 15 minutes to get your 3, but you've only got the 3 laps up. So if you get that off track on the first flying lap, you've only got 2 more. Now, we all know that you normally get that first banking lap in, and then you go for it for next 2. So if you make a tiny little mistake, and some of these corners are going to be treacherous, certainly turn number 4, you know, it's a flat out corner in these LMDH cars. So if you try and cut that corner a little bit too much, then you're going to get that off track. So therefore you're putting yourself under a lot of pressure. So you've only got 3 laps to get this done. So it adds a bit more element of what's the word, trepidation for the drivers to be able to make sure that they are at the top end of these very large grids, because what you don't want to be, if you're one of the front run drivers, is in the mid pack, because that's where all the incidents are going to be. So you need to get out front, get out the way, to be able to make sure that your start of your race, this 3-hour race here today, is as clean as possible, and you can actually get back into your strategy. If you're embroiled in that midfield pack, Avery, it's going to be a bit treacherous, and you need to have eyes at the back of your head to watch where everybody is doing it, because a slight little mistake is going to cause that ripple effect down the field.
Yeah, exactly right, Andy. Qualifying, just something that's going to be very tough to do if you need to start up in the the front of the field. But if you're starting towards the back of the pack, you just got to remember it's a long race. It's 3 hours, and there's other ways to move up the field with pit strategy, or like with the GT3 cars, they have a 2 tire set limit. So I mean, unlike the LMDHs who don't have a limit, you can, if you're in the back of the GT3 class, you can maybe take that first pit stop and not change the tires, just to save a little bit, not necessarily time on your pit stops, but more just save your fresh tires towards the end of the race. So there's also a couple different strategies you can pull off, and these teams have had some time to prep for this race. They know it's 3 hours. They know what to expect on how long a fuel run is, and when they're going to do their driver swaps, because these team races on iRacing are so planned out with a team. I mean, you can't just jump into the car and have an idea what you want your team to do. But there's a guy we're looking at, Chad Henson. There, he's got that nice looking Porsche running that. He's running that 911, so he's got a lot of pressure, Andy, if you're going to run that number.
You sure do. I remember Sam was talking about this car, saying he loved the colours in Daytona, and it's certainly a very striking car, so we should be able to easily spot that one out in the field, that's for sure, out on track. But you can see some of the times starting to come in. So Precision Racing Esports at the moment, topping the pile in the LMDH Pro at a 124.183. LMDH Amateur is Dog Bear Bark in 127.377. The first GT3s are coming over the line, and it's these Porsche Renfager Jung in first place on 137.489. So relatively close, certainly closer in that AM with Fend Racing Black Team with Per Pope 0, 138.233 and a 138.460. So probably the closest at the moment. You can see Bear Pope and Joro there just popping into the GT3 Pro categories there, and Bear Pope Work Union just tipping their Enduro team to get 137.6. So around about 0.2 of a second off the D's Porsche Rensfager Jung team. So the time's coming in thick and fast at the moment. But LMDH, is there really a difference in these cars? You can see the pros there topping them, where we see a Cadillac Valhalla Motorsports just topping both of the pros and the AM field there, with the Satellite Racing Teal team getting a really good time of 123.451 to give them a decent advantage on the Precision Racing Esports team. But all relatively still early, but like I said, Avery, only 3 laps to get this done.
Yeah, 3 laps to get an opportunity to get a good lap in, and the Satellite Racing Teal, who, like you said earlier, dominated round 1 at Daytona, and they're off to a really good start so far with 5 minutes down in qualifying, 10 left. So we'll see if they're able to, get a little bit quicker time. But, as the tires get more warm, Andy, these times are going to start moving down a little bit. And there's a good lap for the Team Brake Fade in the LMDH Amateur Division up to 2nd place. So they're only just over a 10th behind the Sim Republic team. And, new GT3 Pro, the Tempest Sim Sports GT3 up 2/10 or so on our good buddy Chad in the 911, who's sitting in 2nd, and then 2nd place, and it's 0.3 back to the for 1st and 2nd in the AM class. So 6 minutes in the books, 9 left.
Certainly is. Obviously, a lot of the drivers will be on their 2nd laps at the moment, so only 3 laps counting in this qualifying session. Pretty much like the official series, only got that 3 laps to get the final positions. And with the size of these grids, I mean, I'm just looking at the time in town. I believe we got around about close to 30 LMDH Pro and AM cars out on the field, so you really want to be up the top end of your respective classes to be able to do that. And the thing at the moment, just looking at the top AM driver, who's currently in 15th place, the Valhalla Motorsport team there, 15th place overall on the grid, so that's the top AM at the moment, with Satellite Racing still holding the way. The OVTK team red there, closing the gap slightly, still 0.3 of a second off the Satellite Racing Teal team, who haven't really improved on that 123.451 on the field. But we look further down, it's a lot closer now in the LMDH AM Sim Republic there, and Team Brake Fade super close to the Team Valhalla Motorsports team in the amateur in the LMDH class. Looking further down, then the GT3 class, Tempest Sim Sport leading the way on a 137.1, 0.3 of a second ahead of the Bear Pope Endurance team, with these Porsche Ramfad Jung being demoted down to 4th place at the moment. Looking further back then, the GT3 AM Lunatic Racing there on a 137.463, so that's a really good lap for them. And the 2nd place OVRTK Team Pink there, who's currently in the pit lane on a 137.9, so a decent advantage there, around about 4.5 of a second ahead of the OVTRT Team Pink team. So yeah, it's all getting a little bit close out there, and not a lot of time and not a lot of laps left to do their laps.
If you take a look at the timing and scoring on the left side of your screen, the drivers there in the bold print, or the white print, not the faded out, those are the drivers still on the track. So your top 3 in the LMDHs aren't in the track. Top 2 at LMDH AM are not on the track, and most of the top 8 in the pros for GT3 are off the track, and GT3 AM, the top 4 are all off the track. But while we got a little bit of a lull in the qualifying, let's thank some of the supporters for this the iRacing Team Endurance Series from Champion Motorsports. Penguin RC Simulations, they are the title sponsor for this series. Penguin RC was founded and has been located in Anaheim, California since 1997. They specialize in providing high quality CNC machine products for RC simulations and the OEM industry. And as a former machinist, I always nerd out on anything that gets machined, whether it's through a manual machine or a CNC. So take a look at their products, penguinrc.com. For more information on what they provide a some very high quality products. They've been around for, like I said, since 1997. You know, the quality is there for anyone that's been around that long, for someone who's been worked in the industry.
Yeah, 100%, and it's always good to have the sponsors, because the sponsors really make these series be able to go ahead. So it's great, because a lot of the sponsors are the ones where we get a lot of our equipment from. So it's always good for them guys to give a little bit back and give us these sort of races. But we're certainly getting to the end now of the qualifying session. 5 minutes left to go, and we can see there's not a lot of cars out on track. I think there's probably around about 5 or 6, so very shortly we'll probably get some scenic views only of as the cars have all done their fast laps. But if you're not familiar with this series, this is a series. 6 rounds are this series 4. First round was on the 10th of December at Daytona. That was a 4-hour race. We got the race here today. That is 3 hours. On the 4th of February, they go to Spa, which is a 4-hour race. And then on the 3rd of March is round 4 in Hockenheim, which is a 3-hour race. Then round 5 is on April the 7th in Le Mans, which is a 6-hour race. To final round of this season is round number 6 at Silverstone, which is a 3-hour race on April the 28th. So pretty much varied, and it's a lot for the drives to continue with the different lengths from 3 hours up to 6 hours, isn't it, Avery?
Oh yeah, it's always nice when there's a variation. It's not always the same distance. But the one thing I've learned, Andy, from endurance races, whether it's a 2-hour, 40-minute, 6-hour, 24-hour race, it's still a lot of the same mindset. Going into the race. Speaking of Penguin RC Simulations, this is one of their drivers. That looks like they're fielding I believe 2 cars in that LMDH class. But like you said, you know, to me, it doesn't matter how long the endurance race is, whether it's a 2-hour or 24-hour. You still have to work as a team to get the best finish possible, and especially now when it comes to qualifying, you got to give in the hands of the driver that's going to start the race and qualify, because the driver who qualifies will be the one that starts the race. And you know, looking through the timing and scoring, it's very tight throughout the field. I mean, look at the GT3 Pro with the really slow motion racing. I'll tell you what, the only thing slow motion in them is when they're sitting in the pits, because they're super fast. Just barely squeaked by the Tempest SimSports GT3 car, and the AM class, you know, equally as tight. For both LMDH and the GT3 class, and a couple drivers on their last lap, it looks like. So we'll see if they're going to be able to knock off any of the competitors. We're taking a look at the Pneumatic Motorsports LMDH amateur class, and the 125.513 is their the last time they had. We'll see if they're going to be able to move up the scoring tower. Get a good smooth corner. Blake Reynolds there in the Penguin RC Simulations, very fast driver. He's just about a second off about a second off the pace. Not of the satellite racing team, but very good time. And you know, Blake's a fast driver. He's been around for a while. He's when you see he's going to be in the car, you know, watch out. They're going to be able to put on a good run. But trying to run their final lap time with the time is just about to getting close to expire. Just under 2 minutes left.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's probably a little bit of an advantage going out a little bit later. Everyone will be really eager to get out, and what you don't want to be doing is getting caught up in the GT3 car slowing up your lap there. So you can see the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team, the second team there, going out currently in 11th place. So it's really going to be in the sort of mix of it. Looking further down the field in the actual grid, the LMDH AMs are really going to be in the thick of it. They're from 17th down to 25th at the moment on the grid. So really going to be mixing up in the middle part of that field. But it's going to be interesting that first couple of laps. I mean, the thing I really like about this series is that they have a rule where there's sort of no passing on the first like 3/4 of the opening lap. Just get them tyres warmed up. And then basically be able to race a lot harder. So it's a really good feature of this event. They also have live stewarding, so I expect to see things flashing across your screen to be able to say who's got penalties on what. So you may find, I've seen quite a few of the races right at the tail end get changed around because of penalties and driving infringements. So it's a really good addition to this series that we've got going on. But we're seeing here Blake Reynolds as he's coming across the line. Is he going to be able to improve? That is negative. He is not, so he will stay in 11th place on a 124.544.
Yeah, the thankless job, the tough job as a race control for not only for a multi-class but for a single class series. That's a tough job to have, Andy. I just it's something that's difficult because you have to make the right call, and it's always an opportunity to just have a different share in a race, because it's always nice to say you come from a sim racing background where you're just doing the racing and you get to do the race control. It gives you a better eye on how things work, and then you can opens up your mind when you go back into race the car. So a big props to everybody that's involved with the race control. But
yeah, definitely, it's not one of them thankless tasks, isn't it? That's for sure.
Yeah, it's like I said, thankless task. And we take a look high above the circuit. It's I'm glad we are able to get this look at it. It just kind of shows how the track flows. It's like I said earlier, it's a new track to iRacing. It hasn't been around for too long, and it's when the drivers are coming to a new track, it makes it a little more difficult. But a lot of these drivers are very talented, so I mean they're gonna be the last ones to tell you using a new track.
Definitely is, but let's have a look at the grid if we can get that up, Josh, to go through the starting positions of the field. So on pole position is Satellite Racing Teal, setting off the stall where they left off at Daytona. In second place you got OVTK Red in second. In third place you got Precision Racing Esports. In fourth place we got Satellite Racing Blue. In fifth place we got Tempo Delta Sim Tech 37. In sixth place 104. Seventh place Pneumatic Motorsports. In eighth place Team FFSR Venom. In ninth place we got Obsidian Racing Future. With 10th place CMS.com Pro Team. In 11th we got Penguin RC Simulation. In 12th place we got Tempest Sim Sport. In 13th we got Last 10th Racing. In 14th we got MEKA Esports. 15th we got SimHQ Motorsport Red with Grotto Racing Pro in 16th. In 17th we got Penguin RC Simulation, and in 18th we got Olympus Esports Titan, and rounding out the top of the pros is the Penguin RC Simulation team. Over to the Pro-Ams then, we got SimHQ Motorsport Orange heading out the Pro-Am field in the LMDH with Valhalla Motorsport in second. In third place we got Pneumatic Motorsports with fourth place Sim Republic. In fifth place we got Team Breakfade with sixth place Desperado Dugs. In seventh we got Dog Bear Growl, and in eighth Dog Bear Bark. Great names. And in ninth we got Dog Bear Bite. So all following the same trend there in seventh, eighth, and ninth. In 10th place we got Sentinel Racing LMDH, and in 11th we got Valhalla Motorsports, and that's heading out your bottom of the LMDH Anfield. Over to you, Avery, for the GT3s.
Yeah, the GT3 Pro starts off with the really slow motion drivers, and then it's Tempest Sim Sports GT3, and then the Bear Pope Enduro team in third, and the D Force with Robbie Prescott is in fourth, and then Zane Khan with the Overtech Team White, and then Tenuto Delta Simtech 6, followed by We Too Fast Racing, and then the Bear Pope Workers Union, Overtech Team Gray, and then our good buddy Chad Henson with JR Gregory waiting in the booth, waiting to drive with them, and then Matthew Brett, and then also good friend Aaron Beaver from the Delta Simtech and the Moradness Ginger liveries in 13th. And starting first is the Lunatic in the GT3 AM and the Overtick Team Pink. Starting second place and down to third is the Direct Drive Motorsports Defendi Racing Black Team is in fourth. Then Backpain Ice Train, Can-Am Racing, Bear Pope Zero, Longhorn Racing, Valhalla Motorsports, CMS Racing Endurance, Sim HQ Motorsports, and the Undertech Team 1, and the organization 13th, and Longhorn Racing in 14th. And rounding out the field is a Wild Deuce Racecraft in 15th. So we got a full field of cars, looks like 57 as a total. And we'll see if we're going to get going soon. Cars are just patiently waiting for that pace car to make the hard right-hand turn. Getting close to getting ready to get going.
Certainly is. Green flag, you know, the nerves will be pumping now. But I suppose it's an advantage of being at the front of the field that Satellite Teal Racing have. They've got the opportunity now to start this race off, get their race underway when they want to, and then basically let the field go as we ride on board at the moment coming up to them. They do have a start zone that the cars need to go in and make that starting positions to go, so it's all now under Satellite Racing Teal Team, and he is gone. Got a little bit of a gap there over the Ovtech Team Red and the Precision Racing Esports as they race up to turn number 1. That uphill challenge will be nice and easy on the brakes. Oh, as we see a spinner there further back there, I think that was the Tempest Sim Sport team going in there, or was that the Desperado Dugs going further down as well? So there's a couple of teams involved there. That was the Sim HQ Motorsport Red and the real slow motion racing there at the start of the GT free field getting underway, and it's too wide going into the first corner. It's a lot of pressure there on the drivers coming up the hill to make sure that they can get this first lap under the belt. And you know, there's nothing more in endurance racing that, you know, that first corner, you really want to make sure that you get through it nice and clean. Even if you lose a couple of positions, just stay in the race, stay nice with damage 3. As we can see there, the second place, second and third in 2 wide coming around to turn number 5 before they go down the long straight down to turn number 6, which will be the obvious overtaking points here for the GT3 cars and the LMDH cars if they get an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be a great opportunity for those drivers to make a pass, and relatively clean start. But like you said, they have their start procedure, and that ends up helping out when things get a rolling. But that Satellite Racing Teal Team is going to brings a good gap. It's 1 second back to the Overtech Racing Team Red, also in the Cadillac. So they're trying to run their back-to-back try to get back-to-back after the big dominating win at Daytona, and they're starting off strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to have like a 53-second lead by the end of the race over the rest of the field, this team was super dominant in season 1 and 2 of the iRTES Endurance Series. So we know they're super quick out on track. But the second, or the team that won last week, not finding it all their own way. They were overall second in Daytona, so I had a good start, but I don't believe they've actually made a good start here today. I'm just trying to have a look at where they are in the field. Have they been involved in the first? I can see them there. They're down in 23rd position. The Penguin RC Simulation Magma team that was second overall in Daytona, currently down in 23rd, so certainly been involved in some sort of issue in that opening lap, and that's bad news for them, our current champions here trying to defend it. But Satellite Racing Team at the moment 1.4 seconds ahead of OVTK Racing Red team, so making a good start to this. Only nearly 3 minutes into a 3-hour race, so there's still a long time to go, and it's going to be a telling point when we start getting over to coming around to overtake the GT3 cars. Being that it's a very narrow track, Avery, it's going to be a little bit nervous that first time passing them.
Oh yeah, it's always nervous that first time, but you know, once you get into a rhythm, it's not so bad. But if you're looking at the AM class right here, this is your second place, and they're 4 seconds back from the Lunatic Racing cars. So yeah, when you're running, tight for position, whether you're the faster class or the slower class, you're always being mindful that here comes Christopher and that Olympus Esports team. They got one quick fix, and you hate to use it this early into the race.
Yeah, but that was the incident we saw going up to turn number 1. The Olympus Esports team getting involved in a lap 1 incident, which is always hard to take, isn't it? Everybody's vying for position on that. Let's, I think we do have a replay for it, so let's have a look and see what happened. Wasn't actually a lap 1 incident. Is that turn number 4? I think that is turn number 4. Literally went in a little bit too hot there. But we did mention about it before and just sort of lost it a little bit. Went out really wide. And then made contact with another driver, and that's the damage he's got, and spun his car, and that's why he's in the pits, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. He'll be back out, try to knock some laps, get some points in the bag for round number 2. But this battle in this AM division is super tight. This is the final spot on the podium. That's a direct drive motorsports team with the Fendi Racing black team behind them. But they're really trying to find a way to get around this the Team Pink car in front of them, and this is at that point of the race where you just want to get into a rhythm. And then once you figure out what you got, you can really start making some moves. But he's running that 73 car. There's our good buddy in the 10th place in the GT3 Pro. That's Chad Henson. Just making a good attempt here. He's just sitting in a good spot, And the biggest thing to keep an eye on is it was an incident under review for a possible jump start. So we'll bring that action to you when that happens.
That's car number 79. Just looking to see who that is. Can't see where the car is. Sure, we'll have Josh get there. But what a great start from Lunatic Racing there. 5.7 seconds ahead. He's got around about 6 pro cars. So he's right bang in the middle of the Pro-Am field. Is the Lunatic Racing driver, currently showing on the graphic on the left as top, but currently 32nd overall in this field. I mean, we've got 58 cars out on track, so it's going to be a very busy track. Certainly when they all start to spread out slightly and the LMDHs start coming back through, I just don't think this is probably going to be the only time the LMDH Pro drivers have almost like a free, and the AM drivers are going to have the free tracks, as we already see now. 3 wide there from the LMDH. 4 cars literally fighting over, coming up to turn number 1, trying to get through this GT3, and that's how quickly, within 6 minutes, these LMDH cars have caught up with the GT3 cars and started to overtake overall. I was wondering if you get the track map up, Josh, just to see the congestion that is going to be caused out on track. You can see them there. All starting to come around the lap, all round turns 4, 5, 6 and 7, coming down to the long straight. So it's all congested at the moment, so it's going to be really busy, and this is the tricky part of the race for them LMDH drivers and the GT3 drivers to make sure that both sets of classes of cars get through without getting hit or causing any damage to each other and taking themselves out of the race.
Yeah, that's a great look at the track map. The red circle, all the colors on the map align with the colors of the classes on the left side of the timing towers. So, like you said, here they come. The LMDH pros are on their way, getting closer and closer. They're almost through the GT3 AM, a good portion of them, and then they're going to get up to the GT3 Pro class, and they're going to have to try to get around those safely. Ooh, a lot of tight racing here. This is where you have to just always be mindful of what's going on and what's in front of you. And if you can even make the pass, good move by Paul Darling to wait till the exit of the corner instead of trying to force his way through.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is. And then you can see all the amateur LMDH drivers just getting towards the back end of the GT3 amp, so that could be an interesting time there overall. But that's really where you can gain a lot of time as we're watching back here from the Event Racing Black Team of how quickly these LMDH cars are actually towards GT3s. I mean, we saw last season with the GT3s and the LMP2s going quite quickly past each other, but these LMDHs are a completely different car there as we see them just trying to squeeze up the inside. And this is what I was saying, the GT3 cars, it's vital that your spotter is constantly telling you in your ear where there's a car left, car right, car behind, just take it a little bit wide, because these are the parts of the circuit and these are the time in the circuit, these beginning quarter or beginning opening stint of the lap is where you're gonna make the most mistakes, because you've got this, I suppose, Avery, these tent up feelings inside, and it's all released as soon as that green light goes. And sometimes you can see a little bit of red mist when these cars are not giving you any respect. But you've got to keep your cool, and the spotter is a really good person to be able to do that for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to keep like I say, calm, cool, collective, the 3 C's. When you're in any race, especially when you're in that endurance race, you're trying to, you can get a little frustrated, but that's how things work. But good patience there for the car in second place of the LMDH Pros, Luke there. So good, a good job by him to just have a little patience, because you can gain a lot of time by being aggressive, but you can also lose a heck of a lot more.
Yeah, you certainly can, and you don't really want to lose a lot of time to your competitors, but on the same vein, you don't want to be caught up in an unnecessary incident where you lose even more time and basically be able to put yourself out of the race. It looks like the Olympus Esports, they are out of this race, I believe. I don't believe they've started back, or have they? Just seeing them as grayed out. Are they back? No, they are still in the pit. So clearly, I think they might have retired. I think we had 2 LMDH and 2 GT3 cars retire from Daytona only. So only 4 cars out of a grid of 58 sort of retired in Daytona. So that looks like it might well be our very first retiree of today's race. Completely different track though, isn't it, Avery, than Daytona. Daytona has got super wide. You can almost get 3-4 wide, certainly around the bank section, around the NASCAR, the outer ring there at Daytona. Completely different mindset to here, where it's a lot more twisty. The corners are not flat out. There's a lot of technical corners, and the track is not as wide as Daytona. Yeah,
absolutely right. I mean, it's what a good job by those drivers there, 3 wide to even it out. But like you said, it's a total different track, and they're getting ready to get saddled up here, not only in the real cars, but on the sim race with the couple official races coming up, and the Roar, and then my favorite, the Rolex 24. I'll be there in attendance, and so keep an eye on. I always keep an eye on what's going on there. But man, this Tempest Sim Sports driver is right behind the really slow motion racing. I like it when it's always a fast car with the name slow in it. Wow, that was a nice move to get around those cars, but it's always cool to see it. Yeah, like I said, really slow motion racing is the team name, and they are anything but really slow motion.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's super competitive at the top of that GT3 class. You can see they're really slow racing, just leading the way. 4/10 of a second behind is the Tempest Simsport GT3 team. Third place, Bear Pope Enduro, all covered by just over a second. And LVRTK team white there in third place. And the top 4 in the GT3 class pro field is quite close, so that's where you're probably going to see the problems with the LMDH cars, because if you're fighting and you're literally 0.3 of a second behind the competitor, you're looking forward all the time and not looking back, really, aren't you? So you've really got to be on it when it comes to the LMDH cars. And it's also about the LMDH cars giving a little respect to the GT3 cars and not trying to barge their way through and And that comes with the endurance style racing, doesn't it, Avery, where, you know, there's that unwritten rule between the two classes. You do get some that get the red mist and say, I want that inside space, but 9 times out of 10 there is a lot of respect between the different classes within endurance racing.
And especially when it comes to league racing, you know, these drivers ran with each other, you know, the last round in Daytona. As we're taking a look at the LMDH AM division, it's the Sim HQ and the Sim Republic and the pneumatic car, and there is the Dog Bear car in the background. But look at the gap, 4.5 seconds up to Valhalla. And one thing I wanted to point out was Valhalla got through that lap traffic pretty well, and those 3 to 4 prototypes there in the LMDH, they were kind of they fall back a little bit. Okay, there's one of the pro drivers there. And, no worries. One of the pro drivers, and I tell you what though, it's a big shout out to that Valhalla team for getting through that lap traffic very well and very safely, and that helps them maintain that 4.5 second gap. It's 4 seconds back first and second in the LMDH Pro, and it's 4.5 in the AM class, but super tight in that GT3 Pro class. It's, you know, you could throw the top 4 cars under a blanket, extra large blanket.
Extra large blanket. Yeah, it is. I suppose it is down to a little bit of luck. Certainly the first time you come towards the GT3s, you know, getting yourself a little bit of luck to be able to pass a lot of the GT3 cars within safe passing zone, so you're not getting caught up behind a lot of the cars. But, you know, being that it is a quiet track, if you start getting cars or hitting cars around turn number 8, it's that's where it's really going to affect your speed. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're only really going to have a nice clean opportunity to pass going up the start-finish straight, unless you're going to take an unorthodox line through one of them corners. So you really want to try to get a lot of the GT3 cars at the beginning half of the lap coming up to turn 1, because it's all then the corners up to turn number 5 are all fast and open and expansive, so you've got more of an opportunity to make a nice clean passing move without losing too much time. You can see there Valhalla currently 4.2 seconds ahead of the Sim HQ Motorsport Orange team. You know, they did it. They managed to get the GT3 cars past the GT3 cars relatively easy, whereas, you know, the Sim HQ Motorsports and the rest of the field got caught up slightly within the GT3 field out on track. But you can see the gaps already. I mean, if you look at, we're currently watching Dog Bear Bark there in 7th place in class, 28 seconds behind. You can see the gaps already, even in these early stages, already starting to creep up. But again, they can close up if the front runners start hitting the GT3 cars at the wrong places. So you almost have this accordion effect throughout the field until it all starts settling down and the GT3 cars are all spread out.
Yeah, it looked like that Dog Bear Growl car had a slowdown penalty. Here comes the Precision Racing Esports with Ryan O'Connor in the car, gonna come down and make a pit stop, and looks like they have a little bit of damage in the car. But, you know, one thing what I've noticed so far in the first 16.5 minutes of this endurance multi-class race, Andy, is when you see proper racing, multi-class, it's a thing of beauty, and this has been proper multi-class racing, and it has been a thing of beauty. It's like just a perfect melody when it happens. But unfortunately for the Connor, he's in the pits. But fortunately for the Valhalla Motorsports car, they have grown the gap to 4.6 seconds, and they're, you know, putting on really good times. They haven't got into the 125s yet, but they're just about there. And Jeff Caulfield is just doing a really good job at just keeping the car clean and just knowing that, hey, I got a good gap, but I just need to maintain my pace.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously Lunatic Racing there, you can see in the GT3 and the gap up to 13.1. They didn't actually race out in Daytona, so currently have in fact they do, they have 15 points, but they're right at the tail end of the GT3 AM field. So obviously came up with an issue out in Daytona, but certainly here started off really well. 13.2 ahead of Direct Drive at Motorsports. didn't see that, Avery.
Yeah, it looks like it just went off track a little bit and big off track, and he's back on, but nothing too major. But have to come down and make a pit stop and see what if they'll be able to get back out and try to put on some good laps. But this Valhalla Motorsports team is continuing to maintain the lead. Now the big thing is when you get into this the traffic, you got to make sure that car rotates and motivates his way around there. But got a couple incidents under review. Had a incident in turn 1 on the start, and then at the 13:55 mark a contact in turn 11. So when that information gets to us, we'll bring you the info. So just a good job by them. We take a look at the tight battle in the LMDH Pro division. It's a team FFSR battling hard. There's Blake Reynolds behind him in the Penguin RC Simulation, the title sponsor for the series. Once again, we thank them, but he almost lost it there. So yeah, we thank them for coming on board for the title sponsor for the series. But they're getting into that traffic, and you go one way, there's another GT3, then you go the other way, and then they're able to stay in the line there. So just good job by Thomas there to move in a groove through the line there, and a good job for them. So maintaining a good pace. We're sitting in 9th place, a good spot. It's a good spot to be in right now. If you get in that top 10, and then once you get in that rhythm, there's a go around our good buddy Chad in the 911 Porsche, and he's sitting in a good spot, just cruising around on the track. But a big shout out to all the drivers for just getting a good start to this race. 20 minutes into this 3-hour event.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's the early start, so you've got the nerves out of the way. You're settling into your stride a little bit better now. You've already had the first lot of GT passing the GT3, or likewise the LMDH squad. So you've got that under your belt now, so you can start settling into your race. But you're going to have some big winners and some big losers within the first sort of pass, and you can sort of see there the Satellite Racing Teal team currently in first place, 11.4 seconds ahead. There's quite a little bit of a battle there for second and third between OVRTK and 100 Force, around about 2 or 3 seconds. Probably closest one out in class out in battle is the GT3 Pro at the moment. 0.6 of a second between the Tempest Simsport GT3 team and the Team Bear Pope Enduro, 0.7 of a second. But it's a little bit of gaps opening out at the top of the fields. I mean, that GT3 AM 13.8, and it's just increasing. It was 11.7 probably around about 2 minutes ago. They are certainly extending out their lead in the front of there. But we're looking at the Tempest Simsport GT3 car at the moment, the BMW classic car in which is probably a really good all-rounder, is the BMW at the top of the GT3 standing. But in the top of the GT3 AM we have an Audi leading the way, around about 13.5 seconds ahead, 12.9. So bit of fluctuating, but certainly has got a really good start, and again still has around about 7 cars in between him and second place in that GT3 AM field.
Yeah, really tight battles in that, the pro and the AM field. And take a look at on board with Blake Reynolds. I love going on board with these cars, just see how fast they are. These LMDHs, I mean, you gotta have a fast eye to drive these cars, because you get out of one corner and half a second later you're into the next corner. So yeah, that's why I drive the GT3 and the GT4 cars, especially because they're a little bit slower for my untrained eyes. So good job by them. They moved up to 8th place, up 3 spots from where they started. So just trying to click off some good laps. And we had a crash with Craig Townsend in the AM division. We'll take a look back when we get a chance. Here's the take a good look at it. Yeah, just coming around and
turn 9 and 10.
Yeah, self-spin.
Just loses that back end. Luckily got missed by cars behind him. I suppose that's one of the things of this track. Certainly that corner there is, if you get onto the power too quickly, you're going to start losing that back end, and unfortunately that is exactly what happened there. Came around the corner, put the acceleration on a little bit too much, the back end kicked out, and pretty much once it starts going, it's very hard to try and make sure you can keep it. Luckily the car behind him didn't hit into him, so just a little bit of pride lost there, I would say, for losing it. Luckily not any damage to the car.
Yeah, that I lose a lot of pride when I'm doing a race, because if I'm in an endurance race, sometimes I'll spin out quite a bit. The only time I didn't spin out was when I did the Rolex 24 by myself. I did 778 laps and I never spun, but I was also really slow. But as we take a look at another Penguin RC simulations, Nate Stewart. Yeah, Nate Stewart put on a really good effort there, and he very talented driver, you know, very well known throughout the community. So it's good to see Nate in this 3-hour endurance race for this really good battle. It's doing a
I think that's the back. I think that's
really
the back
good job
of the GT3 Pro. I think at the moment, Nate, Penguin RC Simulation GT3. Because looking at the top, the GT3 and obviously Lunatic Racing is currently running in 32nd place. Yeah, they are. Yeah, so this is the leader, Lunatic Racing. I saw Rob there in the YouTube channel giving shout-outs to him. So obviously a lunatic racer himself, whether part of the team or literally a lunatic racer, we never know. As some people are on iRacing, but they're certainly having a great race at the start. You can see the gap there. It's maintaining at 13 seconds. He's very much embroiled in that pro field at the moment. Is Robbie Prescott, or Nick McGoglin is doing a sterling job, having a little bit of a fight with Robbie Prescott from DZ Porsche Racing Jug, who've done an exceptional job in the first round, but lost a little bit of ground here. But I suppose it's one of them things, isn't it? It's a different track, this, than what Daytona is, and everybody has favourites on iRacing and the tracks that they like to visit, and you know, bits and pieces like that. So you're never going to have a 6 race where you're going to be at the top all the time, unless you put in like a truck ton of practice, I suppose. But I imagine that there's been a few hours of practice from these guys out on track, and at the moment, you see there, the car 79. In fact, it's a car 11. Is that the penalty to 11 or 79?
Looks like car 11 gets that drive-through for a jump start. 4 rows past, so it's always, you always got to be careful. Always got to be careful on the start there, Andy, is make sure you follow the rules. And then a penalty, avoidable contact in the orange zone.
Yeah, that's the team we're currently watching has got that drive-through penalty, the Temper Simsport team. I think they're struggling a little bit because these were the guys that absolutely dominated the LMP2 class. So they were probably kicking themselves when the LMP2 class got taken out of this endurance series, because they were dominant. I'm just looking back at last season's points, and they literally won every single round in the LMP2 car. You know, and it's probably a big change. I remember when I used to drive the LMP2 car and went up to these cars, and the driving style is completely different. So it's going to be a little bit alien to them. But you know, it's still early days. They are up there, but that drive-through penalty will hurt them, and they'll probably be towards the back end of that field. You see there, Scott Kessel. Lunatic shouldn't bother fighting a car that is in a different class. No, he shouldn't, Scott, I suppose, when you look at that. But he's trying to maintain it. I mean, I suppose it's one of them age-old arguments, isn't it, Avery? Do you just let people who are not in the same class as you by, or do you try and maintain the speed to try and maintain that gap between your competitors and keep the cars in between you? I mean, that's probably the age-old iRacing discussion, isn't it?
Yeah, there's there's always different circumstances, whether you are, what the gap is back to the other driver, or, like for some series, how the points are done. Sometimes points are done through your overall finishing for the multi-class. I know a couple series that would bring down Apex Racing TV. That's how they do the points. So I'm usually the one that is more on the cautious end because I'm not usually leading the race. I'm usually like in 15th to 20 or something. So like it don't really matter to me. But that's it's something to always keep an eye on what the circumstance is. But there is an incident under review at the 16-minute mark, so avoidable contact. So when that comes through, we'll give you the information. But this LMDH AM class is just killing it.
Yeah, I suppose the other thing we haven't talked about is the incident level. So it's actually only at 20. So there's 20 incident points before you get a drive-through here. So relatively low. So the organisers here are trying to promote good racing. And I'm just looking down from Daytona, and it's quite amazing, to be honest, where CMSRacing.com Pro, bearing in mind it's a 20 incident level, they had 40 incident points at Daytona, which means that they had to do 2 drive-through penalties. Now, we all know that Daytona is just like the longest pit lane in existence, and it just takes an eternity to get through. So, imagine what would have happened if they didn't have that. But looking, further down, relatively, probably only around less than a third of the field got drive-through penalties. So, some people may think that the 20 incident point level is a bit harsh, but less than a third of the field actually were under the 20 incident points. So sort of shows, once you've been told that if you hit that 20 points you're going to get a drive-through, that drivers drive a little bit safer.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of strict rules for when it comes to organized racing like this, because sometimes if you don't have strict, it just changes the way how people drive sometimes. You wish you didn't have to do it, but it's always I always liked having it because it made me drive better when there's like a 20 incident limit. When I've done races with long races with a 20 incident limit before the drive-through, it made me drive better. And it's not necessarily always a good or bad thing. That's why I drove better, but I ended up driving better. But the one thing that's really impressed me so far with these drivers is how well they've been, managing the traffic. And you usually see Ryan O'Connor back out on the track, currently 13th in the 13th position in the LMDH Pro class. So just tough luck for him, but just maintaining a good pace.
Scott, we got a question there from Scott. How far back is 992 from the GT3 Pro leader? I'm assuming that is car number 992, which is the D's Porsche at Renford Local. He is currently, in fact, looks like he is at an incident. I don't know if we can go to it. He is doing a drive-through penalty already, so he is currently at the tail end of that GT3 Pro field. So a sizable gap off. Let's have a look at the incident, what happened here. Let's see if we can see what happened. Looks like he actually had a crash here. Yeah, it looks like we missed why the DZ, the car 992 car has gone into the pits there, but they are now at the tail end of the GT3 class. So after having a good outing, coming third place in Daytona, struggling a little bit here on today's track, but I suppose that's to be expected. It is a quite a tight track, and you can sort of see the undulating way that this track is, and having these, there we see one of the LMDHs going slightly off track in the background there. not sure who that was. Was that Tennessee Sport 2? Let's see what happened. Did he just literally get too much mustard coming out of the corner? So it's very much this turn number 2. You've really got to be patient on the acceleration, Danny, because it's downhill, off bank. Yeah, exactly that. He probably gave it too much acceleration. Back end kicked out, and luckily no cars around to avoid contact. So just an incident point there, really.
Yeah, speaking of...
Scott, we'll try to find the incident for you if we can try and find it, mate. Have a look to see if we can find that incident for the Porsche team. The D's Porsche Renfather Jug team, the one that happened to get into the pits. But we will try to see if we can find the incident.
Driving that car. But one thing to keep an eye on is that LMDH AM is starting to shrink up a little bit. It's down to 1 second gap between Valhalla and the pneumatic Motorsports Purple. Putting on a whale of an effort.
Just under. It's coming down to 3 tenths, 4 tenths of a second. So I don't know if we can get into that battle there, Joshua, with the LMDH and the pneumatic Motorsports Purple team. If we can see the battle which is starting to ensue out on the track between them two. There we go. So this is the leader of the Valhalla Motorsport team, and you can just see in the background there the pneumatic Motorsport Purple team. It seems to have had a bit of an issue now, so the gap has gone out to 5.8 seconds. So we may have got caught up behind that GT3 car and literally lost a load of space. You can see here he was quite close, but now is back down to 1.5, and that's how quickly the timings can change here. Certainly when you're trying to traverse a GT3 car, so if you hit them at the completely wrong stage, then you're going to lose a second. It was down to 0.3 of a second, and now it's jumped up again to 0.8 of a second. So obviously caught up, and here again you can see lost a lot more time, straight away jumping up to 2.3 seconds. So that just shows how quickly you can lose time behind these GT3 cars, certainly if you hit them at the wrong spot. And nothing more frustrating, is there, Avery, when you're literally 0.3 of a second behind first place, and then all of a sudden within the space of 5 turns you find yourself 2.2 seconds back.
Yeah, you know, that's the one thing to look out for, but you always have to keep a good calm, cool, and collected, because guess what? That driver in front of you is also catching lap traffic, so they might get held up a little bit. Here's that Tempest SimSport driver down into the pits. Gonna get the 4 fresh tires filled up with fuel and get on a rolling, but they're coming down in pits, and they're gonna, looks like they're gonna maintain the driver. I don't see the timing update with a driver swap yet, but take a look at, yeah, I want to keep an eye. A very rare number you don't see very often behind Chris Braun is the 73 of John Bates in that direct drive motorsports car. I love the 73. It's one of my favorite numbers. You don't see it very often. So it's really cool that I always pointed out, Andy, that the 73 is it's a good number. So I really appreciate the direct drive motorsports. It goes back for a long time, and my racing experience is why I love that number. So good to see him out there.
I was going to say, why does that number hold a special keynote in your life?
A good friend of mine who invited me to the Indy 500 for the first time ever. Let me stay in his house. Guy raced with online. His father won in one of the first NASCAR races on the beach in the number 73. So I got to see a lot of cool news clippings from that from when he won at the beach. So that was very cool to see, and that's why I've always liked the 73.
Yeah, it definitely is. And watching the direct drive motorsports here, third currently in the GT3 AM, does have the Can-Am Racing just behind him, trying to track him down. You can see there 9/10 of a second is the difference between those two drivers at the moment. So not major battling out on track, 37 minutes into this 3-hour races, but the pit stops always throw up a really good spanner in any sort of racing do, whether it's a sprint or the endurance, and finding that correct window to be able to pit in, certainly in an endurance as well, isn't it, Avery, where, you know, you've got to get your fuel calculations correct, and maybe in the middle stints we see some sort of cars slightly slower on what they're normally doing, just to try and save that fuel for their last stop to be their last stop coming in, because there's nothing worse than getting out on track and then realizing you need to do a splash and dash right at the end and losing like 3 or 4 positions because of that incident. But at the moment, probably the closest out that we've just seen there, that Can-Am Racing having a good fight there with Direct Drive Motorsport. Currently on board with the OVRTK Red Team, driven by Luke Smoker there, in 2nd place overall, but a little bit of a ways off the Satellite Racing Teal Team to the tune of 16.2 seconds. So, you know, really trying to chase it down and trying to make and cement that 2nd place, because as in the first race in Daytona, you know, the Satellite Racing Teal Team currently just running away with it at the front of the field. And then he has 4 seconds to 100 Force. 100 Force have done exceptionally well, because they were one of the teams that was in LMP2 last year, and currently racing around in 3rd place, 3 seconds ahead of the Total Denta Sim Tech 377 team. So you can see their 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th are relatively within a couple of seconds of each other. So maybe later on they'll get together and start having a really good battle out on track. But everyone giving a little bit of respect to each other in overtaking status, just trying to get, like you say, that first hour under the belt, and I'm pretty sure we'll see some hectic second and certainly the closing hour of this race, where people trying to vie for their positions out on track. But I suppose one of the other things we haven't talked about, Avery, is the GT3. So they do only have two new tyres, and that is it, to be able to choose from. So that's going to possibly come into play towards the end of this race. Whoa, there you can see the closing speed of Satellite Racing Blue, Paul Darling there, literally closing right up onto the back of that multicolored Porsche there, and that was a close moment where the brakes had to be really good on that LMDH car.
Yeah, I was closing up on Chad Hansen in that number 911 Porsche, and that multicolored car, that's a great way to explain it. I like a little abstract. My better half took a look at one of my clay projects. She goes, from back when I was in high school, she's like, what do you think it looks like? She's like, it looks abstract. I was like, yeah, but not the good kind of abstract. Chad's car looks good. So I really like those kind of cars. They're just something different. So good props to them for not getting ran over there and just held their line.
I don't think he had a choice, though, did he? I don't think he had a choice. It was,
he didn't panic. He didn't panic.
He did. I'm pretty sure they flipped around, because I'm pretty sure for Daytona, the bright colours were on the front of the car. And as you can see there, the duller colours were on the front, with the brights were on the back. So I'm not sure if that paint's been changed around since Daytona. But certainly is one of the striking liveries. And you know, you gotta give a shout out to these guys as well. You know, out on track there, we talk about the people behind the scenes. You know, the people who make the paints for these cars. There's some absolutely stunning paint jobs on these cars. You know, many hours I've been there myself, fine tuning it, because there's a fine line to getting a paint job perfect to having a mediocre. But you can sort of see these paint jobs that are on display. You know, they're amazing. And I do remember that Sam and I've got to agree with him, where you see the car at the back there, the blue and the grey. The grey with another colour really pops on a car. So I certainly like the colour scheme of, and I agree with Sam from when he was out at Daytona, that the grey is a nice contrast colour with a bright colour.
I appreciate the information there, Scott. So they run 2 cars. One's got the color in the back, one's got the color in the front. So
there we go. Then.
The one's that got business up front, party in the back, and the other one is a little bit different. But that's cool. That's a good way to, you know, what team their cars are. But here's a little contact there between the Tempest Sim Sports car and I couldn't quite make you.
Yeah, in front of that Audi there.
Again, that Penguin RC car, Nate Stewart, comes over a little bit.
LMDH was a bit, car 23 I think it is there, was a little bit of a lunge there into the final corner, and that'll be what I was saying in the track guide, that inside edge really drops off, so the front left tyre will be offloaded. So what he tried to do there was try to get up the inside to maximise the speed, unloaded that front left hand tyre, locked it up and just went straight across. So that's one of the traps of this track, is that final corner where it really drops off and unloads that front left, and unfortunately wasn't able to turn into the corner, and unfortunately the Audi literally just got his front end taken off, so he wouldn't be a happy chappy in that Audi.
Yeah, it looks like the really slow motion car has something happened to that car,
there
because
we
they were
go.
in the lead.
There's Young with his painting on the front. Thanks for that, Scott.
Not good. The Tempest SimSport car is no longer in the session, so that's big race implications to them. One thing to put out is the really slow team is kind of on the pits, and here's Nate Stewart and his damaged Audi going to come down in the pits.
Finally gets a front bumper.
Yeah.
Just linking it. I suppose it's lucky, and that's probably one of the big things that frustrates me in the official one. I know it's a bit unrealistic, but I suppose the repair times in iRacing are a little bit unrealistic. I like the fact that you can have a fast repair come in, because exactly like we saw there, that something's kicking up something on there, was the Audi driver there. That was not his fault, you know. And if you're in an official one, that's pretty much race ending, because you're probably talking about 3-4 minutes to be able to get back out on track. But at least with the fast repairs, you can come in, fill up your fuel. Certainly at this stage now, you're getting towards 15 minutes. It's probably around about 50 to an hour these GT3 cars could go before having to fuel up. So he wouldn't have lost too much time in respect to going in for the repairs, because he can get his service stop in there. But the tacticians behind him are the ones that are going to have to now figure out, is that going to be enough to be able to see him in the last stint all the way through to the end, or will he have to do a splash and dash in the pits?
Yeah, it's going to be one thing to keep an eye on, and you do that splash and dash, you're not taking no tires there. So, but man, I tell you what, this has been a good battle here. You take a look at these side-by-side action in these LMDHs, and catching up to another GT3 car, but wait till the corner exit to make a good pass here, and a good job by Chris Braun by getting around them.
Sort of see now the spread out, certainly in that LMDH Pro class. You can see the top, it drops off really quick. It's 17.2 to second, then it's round about another 10 seconds back to third, and then down to around about 7th place. Then it starts looking at up to a minute. So the traffic is really going to be the one to pay in this race with these LMDH classes, and that's where a lot of time has been lost by a lot of the field, and that's probably why the field is spread out so much in these LMDH classes.
Yeah, there's the back pain and eye strain racing team. That's I like that, Andy, because yeah. If anyone who's done the long endurance races, there's usually a little bit of back pain, and there's usually a little bit of eye strain, and they're getting just got passed by that satellite racing team, who's just they got a 15-second gap, but it's still an early race. There's an incident under review for a 30-minute mark. We'll get that information to you once they give us the info. So, like you said, that satellite racing team dominated at Daytona. They're off to a good start, but we're not even to the third of the way through yet.
No, a lot of these teams I do recognise from Syria, and that one, the back pain eye strain team, we actually managed to get them into the booth and have a chat with them. They're more of the older generation, should I say, and I would class myself certainly as one of them, being 40 plus. in the age categories. But they were talking about, you know, when they were trying to come up with a name of what they're doing, and they basically said, well, we all get back pain and eye strain. Let's call ourselves that. So it was quite a funny moment when they came into the booth, and which we thought that was the reason why they actually called them those. But it's great to see them back for another season here in the AM category as well. So I'm pretty sure going along there in 6th place.
Yeah, the Satellite Racing Teal team into the box, and they made the driver swap, and they're going to put Jesse Lyon into the car. So we'll see what happens with him. They did the driver swap. Michael Parker, it's a pneumatic. I believe he is also was a driver swap. But yeah, Jesse Lyon's going to be the new driver for that Satellite Racing Teal team. We'll see what Jesse's going to be able to do, because you know, we've seen what Maximilian was able to do, but we'll see what Jesse's got. Here's Chris Braun coming out of the pits, and he's going to do another fuel run. And one thing to keep in mind, they got to run their fair share, so you can't just have one driver go out there and drive the car around for one lap and come back in. Your fair share is, I believe it's 25%. So if you have 25 drivers, a fair share is a quarter of the race. So they got to do 25% of the race. So we'll see what happened. I mean, the drivers will be fine. The only time that ever ran an issue for me is when I did the race solo, but this is some really good battling though for all around the track. They usually see the top 2 drivers from the LMDH left out on top 3 left are coming down in the pit. So looks like about 50 minutes is where we're looking at where they're going to stretch it on fuel. So expect some pit strategy coming in, and maybe not this pit stop, but the next couple. But the pit stops are full, and the crews are thankful that they are invisible once they get through the pit line.
Yeah, it definitely is. As we see all the LMDH is starting to stream in now for the first pits. So 49 minutes into them. So it'd be interesting to see if they do the change of drivers, if that driver then stays into the car for the entirety of the race. But so 40, it looks like they're going to have to do sort of 3 stops, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do on the driver. But that last one will probably be a shorter one, so I'd imagine that a lot of the drivers that are changing now will be staying in for the entirety of the race. And like you say, the fair share, that will account for the fair share, 50 odd minutes of a 3-hour race. That is 25%, so that they should be okay. So see there, drive through penalty for car 213 for avoidable contact. So I'll let you know who that is. 213. Oh, there we are. It is Valhalla Motorsports, driven by Darren Runford, currently running around in 43rd place, currently 8th in the GT3 AM. So he has a drive-through penalty, which will put him further back down the order on track. But yeah, big thank you, like you've been saying, Avery, to our sponsors. So Penguin RC Simulation, the title sponsor for this series. They create high performance driving accessories at a reasonable cost. Penguin RC Simulation, they produce wheel and button boxes along with specialized equipment such as e-stops for direct drive hardware and iFlags device. So head over to them at www.penguinrc.com to see what they can sort out for you. And the other sponsor is SimRace247.com. SimRacing247.com is a proud sponsor and supporter of great racing communities such as Champion Motorsports. SimRacing247 is an independent sim racing network that prides itself on providing news and more to the sim racing and driving community in the gaming genre. They carry out the following with great staff and hard work: non-stop content, race reports, promotions, community support, features, investigations, analysis and reviews. If it's not about sim racing and driving, then it's not on their website. SimRacing247.com is the place for those who enjoy sim racing's rookies or pro. Sim racing is for everybody. As well as that is the sponsor, the title sponsors are giving some really good prizes this year. So Penguin RC are for each of the championships, so that's Pro and Am in the LMDH and Pro and Am in the GT3. They are giving $200 worth of credit towards an order. Second place is $100 of credit towards an order, and third place is $75 credit towards an order. Championship Motorsports, as well as running a very tight and neat ship, are offering $800 worth of prizes or trophies for each class of the champions, one trophy each. There's £50 cash for each class for the cleanest drivers, but they must participate in all of the races, and $25 for a sportsman award for 4 drivers in each class voted for by the admins. And then there's also 2 trophies for the driver award for the highest finishing for the over 50 plus drivers, which was the list I gave you at the start. Currently being headed up by Larry Ford of Longhorn Racing 2 with his win out in Daytona. So some great prizes on offer for the drivers, and consider it was a relatively modest entry fee for the drivers, $50 I believe it was, for the 6 rounds of racing. So that's per team, not per driver. So some good prizes on offer, as well as some good racing, Avery.
Oh yeah, it's been great racing so far, and I tell you one thing, I have one sim racing trophy, and it's like the coolest thing in my trophy case. So like, it's really cool when you get a trophy delivered to you, whether you lucked into it like I did, or you drove away with it like some other drivers do. But yeah, it's cool to put a sim racing trophy along with my other racing trophies to. I just display the sim racing trophy anymore. The other one's from when I was like 12, so those are sitting in a box waiting to get donated. But I got the sim racing one up.
Yeah, I've got a few sim racing trophies, more by luck than by skill, I think. But yeah, they are pride of place on my desk. And I do tell everyone I won races. I actually did win races in iRacing, although I am quite bad. I managed to keep it up there. But looking at Team Bear Pope with Michael Hooper, who I do know from other seasons, a very good driver out there, currently in 5th in the GT3 Pro, 3 seconds behind We2 Fast Racing, who I believe We2 Fast Racing have actually changed from the Lamborghini across to the Porsche. They were one of the only drivers on track to be using a Lamborghini last season, but yeah, not available, I don't believe, in this season, so decided to go with the Porsche. But Team Bear Pope staying with the Ferrari, doing an exceptional job up in 5th place. Has opportunities, because you can sort of see the 2 cars in front of him are within striking distance up to 3rd. So Bear Pope Workers Union, you may be having a meeting halfway through, I don't know, a union meeting, I don't know, we'll have to see. But hopefully they'll keep it going in 5th place at the moment, being chased down by OVRTK Team Grey in 6th place in the Mercedes.
Yep, drivers are starting to settle in. Some of them have swapped, some have stayed in the car. But speaking of the swappage, Jesse Lyon is still maintaining the lead up in the LMDHs, and Sim HQ Motorsports Orange is in the lead. Then we have Bear Pope Enduro and the Lunatic car back in the lead. But yeah, there's Jesse Lyon. The gap 7.7 seconds, and so it has shrunk a little bit, whether from a speed standpoint or coming in and off a pit road. It's very important when you get off of pit road, especially if you didn't do the driver swap. You got used to that warm tires, you get out on the cold tires, so you got to be very cautious, especially with these LMDHs, to try to maintain a good time without trying to lose too much pace. But Jesse Lyon, as you see on board going through the track now, he's got clean track, going to be for a couple turns, so you can take a deep breath after getting through all that Porsche or all the GT3 traffic.
Yeah, it's a bit probably misleading. You can see down there in the bottom left-hand corner, the best time was a 1:24.3. Last lap was a 1:28 dead. But there could have been a lot of traffic hindrance in that, so it'd be good to see if it's round about 128 is the average time, or if it was one of them one-off laps. But it's going to be hard now, isn't it, to try and get a fastest lap or to get that clean lap with the amount of cars. I wonder if you could put the track map up as well, Josh, to just have a look at how all the cars have spaced out after an hour's worth of racing. You can sort of see there now, literally, there's not a clean part of the circuit. It's covered all over now with it's very congested at the start when the first time the LMDHs started to try to overtake the GT3s. Now you can sort of see it's really spread out. So there's a bit of indecisions there between that Porsche in front and Jesse Lyon with Satellite Racing Teal, who had to take some probably slam on the anchors a little bit there, but that car 73 there slightly it's hard, isn't it? I suppose when the car's coming up that quick and you think, right, I'm going to stay on the racing line, which is what you should be doing to be able to get a clean pass. But it was seemed like a little bit of a indecision there from Jesse Lyon to make that passing move. But came away unscathed. You can see there at the top. Lap 85, lap 30, car 85 on lap 13 being investigated. So let's see what the outcome of that. I mean, it's great to have the live stewards, isn't it? There's nothing worse than getting involved in an incident and not having to get it rude at the end. Let's have a look at a replay of a crash and a tow back to pits. Who's this for? So really slow motion racing. Coming downwards. This is coming down the long back straight to turn number 6, going extremely wide. Oh, just stop on the outside and go back to pit then. Quite possibly. Ooh! Wow! Wow! Way! TMS.com Racing Pro. That was. Let's have a look at that. That is quite a substantial crash there. Let's have a look, see what happened to them. So whereabouts on the track are they? Oh, just clips a back end of car. Didn't quite catch the number of that, but literally clipped the back end of another LMDH car and it powered into the wall. Was it a Porsche? I thought that was an LMDH. That one. Yeah, the Porsche LMDH was it. Yeah, so that's an unhealthy tow back. I'm not sure what the tows back to pits is like, but it's an extremely painful experience, isn't it, when you have to tow back and you sat in the car, wait for it, and then you get back. Luckily, like we say, they have got their fast repairs, so it can get repaired and out straight away. But considering that they finished third in Daytona out in round 1, that will be an unwelcome additions, because where are they at the moment? They are currently down in 24th, 16th in the LMDH Pro category, so a little bit of a misfortune for them after doing so well in the first round in Daytona. But I suppose you can have the rough with the smooth anyway, aren't you, Avery?
Oh yeah, you got to take the good and the bad no matter what happens. But speaking of the good, back up the LMDH overtake, Team Red is making a catching up to the Satellite Racing team, so keep an eye out on that overtake. Team Red for they're all flashing their lights, they're saying hello, look at me, I want you to know I'm there. So he's trying to catch up, had to fall back a little bit behind the GT3 class there. So nice. Ooh, that was a little tight move. That was a little aggressive there by the overtake team.
Super aggressive on 2 sets of corners there. Manages to get around the cars. Look at the Mercedes and the Ferrari behind was a relatively easy one, but the one before that was extremely close going into the corner. I believe that must have been turn number 4, I think that was. Turn 3 was the dubious overtake, but the easy overtake was through the fast left-hander of turn number 4. We're starting to get now the GT3 cars into the pits. Purple Endurance overtake White Team, We Too Fast Racing. The leader of the GT3 and Lunatic Racing are into the pits as well. You've got the Tanuto Delta Simtech 144 staying out with the D's Porsche grandfather jug, which is the bright colours on the front. Kindly reminded by Scott, so thank you, Scott. Just going through there, and the Team Boat Enduring Racing Team going through as well. So
yeah, making their pit stops, and that one Mercedes looks a little worse for the wear, but here comes Overtake Team Gray coming back out of the pits, and the other Overtake Team White. So a lot of Overtake teams out here. So it's always good to see a team field multiple cars. So a big shout out to that team for just a well-ran organization to get not only cars in just the one category, they have ones in the LMDH Pro, GT3 Pro, and the GT3 AM. So a good job to them.
Yeah, just looking at the pit stop strategy. So in that GT3 Pro, Team Bear Pump Endurance, James Logston is the driver seat that they have already stopped. So after the round of pit stops, so the front two from the team with Denver, who's I think he's just gone into the pits now, the D's Porsche grandfather jug team in second place. They still owe a pit stop, along with Overtake Team Pink in fourth place. The rest of the field pretty much.
Sorry, they have five cars running.
Yeah, you gotta love these the team dog with all the different bark growl. It could have been something like sit or paw, couldn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it's that's what's cool when they are still able to field multiple cars. So kind of it's always hard to keep track though when there's so many cars and which ones associated with which, and then but the team that's been dominating the AM division's the Lunatic cars, so they've been out doing a good job, and then a lot of the GT3 cars are coming in, so they're they obviously can't run all the as long as a prototype can, so that's really cool to see a different their pit strategies, how they vary between the Pro and the AM, and and when they're gonna do. But like you said earlier, they're limited to 2 fresh sets of tires after they started the race. So I'm kind of under the mindset I want to save a fresh for the end, and maybe one in the middle. So it just depends on how you're feeling. And I think it's important though, like if you're doing a driver swap, it's probably good to change your tires, just because get your new driver on a fresh set of tires. So they're not used to what those old tires were, as you see David Nelson and CMSRacing.com making his way down to the pits, and right around the pit stop time. But it gets really this pit lane is very tight, so you have to be cautious if you're entering with another car.
It is. The exit looks especially tight. It's almost like a near enough a 90-degree turn to go back onto the track. I don't know if we can get follow a car as it goes up to pit lane just to see how tight it is. You can see on the right hand side of the screen there, basically the car's just flying up the start finish line. You can see the pit lane there directly to the right, and if you look right at the end on the corner here, it's pretty much the line that a lot of the drivers take. And certainly if you've got the LMDH cars coming up on your inside, so you find the GT3 cars going around the outside. If you're unfortunate enough to come out of that pit lane at the wrong time, there could be an incident waiting for the drivers at the top of that. So you've really got to be mindful of that, and the drivers out on track just need to be aware of that. I don't know if we can go on board here. Yeah, let's stay on board here and just have a look from a driver's eye view coming out of the pit lane, coming to the end here, starting to be able to speed up a little bit, coming up onto track. I mean, it's super hard to see where there is cars, so you're very much relying on cars on track to give you the space coming out.
Yeah, it's every track's got their little quirks, and pit lane coming out here is a little quirky, and I like it though. I like it when it's a little bit different, and you have to keep an eye on there. So there's that Overtake Team Pink. They are nice livery for them, the 365 Mercedes. So they come back out of the pits, and now they're gonna have to keep on digging. There's Ryan O'Connor, that Precision Racing Esports car. He had a little bit of bad luck earlier, but he's gonna come down into the pits, and we'll see if they're gonna make a driver swap in that Acura.
Okay, I mean, it's the top of the hour. I think we'll have a quick rundown of where each of the classes are and the drivers out on track. So currently leading the way is Satellite Racing Teal out in front there. 5.8 seconds now ahead of Overtake Team Red, driven by Luke Smoker. He has not changed cars. I believe he's been in that car since day one. In third place, we got 100 Force, still maintaining that third place overall. So they're doing a great job in that LMDH Pro category there. So Nicholas doing a great job. Peter Lowe in the Tentus Delta SimSport SimTech 377 car there in fourth place, up one position from where he started out on this race. You've got Pneumatic Motorsport Blue in fifth overall, 2 places up from where he started at the start. So Michael Parker's doing a great job there for Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team. Paul Darling for Satellite Racing 2, unfortunately down 2 places from where they started, so started in fourth overall, but currently running around in 6th place. Obsidian Racing Future, driven by Daniel there in 7th place, up 2 positions from where they started in 7th. In 8th place, we got the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team, up 3 places from where they started in 8th. Team FFSR Venom, down 1 place there in 9th place overall. In 10th, we got Tempest Sim Sport team, driven by Andre in 10th place, up 2 places from where they started. Obviously, our previous season's LMP2 exceptional drivers extraordinaire, but trying their hand in the LMDH class this time. Then we've got in 11th place, we've got MEKA Esports, up 3 places from where they started. In 12th, we've got Kruka Racing in a row. I don't know if it's anything to do with them Kruka taps, I don't know. Be interesting to find that out. In 12th place, up 4 places, those guys are. In 13th place, we got Chris Braun in the last 10th races, so staying static from where they were. Down in 15th place, but 14th in classes, Ewan Marshall in SimHQ Motorsport Red, up 1 place from where they started. And then in 16th, who's just gone into the pits, up in Precision Racing Esports, down 12 places from where they started. So not had the best of races overall. And then probably one of the big losers is the Penguin RC Simulation Magma team, currently running around in 24th, 16th in class, down around it says it's only down up 2 places, but pretty sure that they were second on the grid, so down a lot of places from where they started after that lap 1 incident. Haven't really been able to have the opportunity to recover. Don't know if you want to go through the LMDH AM field.
The LMDH AM field, I mean, the SimHQ Motorsports Orange, Valhalla Motorsports, the Accent Racing, Pneumatic Motorsports, Dog Bear Bart, Sim Republic, and then Dog Bear Bite is in 7th, and Team Break Fade is in 8th. And we have a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact through number 233 for the unsafe rejoin. So unfortunately for them, they're going to have to come down and make a drive-through. That is the 233. So bummer for them.
Definitely, it definitely is. We can see the position changes there. So still some big position chases in the LMDH amateur field. Not as big as some of the pros. So obviously the pros being very, as pros normally are, a little bit aggressive. So you can find that they do have some big losses if where they're fighting hard. Certainly at the start of the race. Oh, you can see a big incident back there. Yeah, but it's like an incident between an LMDH and a GT3 car. So I'm sure Josh is frantically looking over that to see where it was. So we can bring you where we are. Yeah, let's have a look at that before we go through the GT3 field. Have a look. I believe this is it. Oh, that was a very strange one there from EJ Bird from the Bearport Workers Union. Okay. looks like we lost that one. Not sure which car it was, to be honest. Anyway, let's get back to where we're at, and I don't know if that is right. So I'm looking at this. So Nick McLaughlin from Lunatic Racing is currently the leading GT3 car in this race. He is up 5 places from where he starts, currently running around in 23rd, and he is actually leading the leading GT3 car. So although he is a GT3 AM, he is at the front of the GT3 field. But yeah, so just give him a little bit of a shout out there to I think trying to get past the back marker, it looks like that. Car number 400. But yeah, so the top of the GT3 Pro is the Overtake Team Grey, driven by Marius Blender. There in first place, currently running around in 28th, up 10 places from where he started. So a great first hour for the Overtake Team Grey team. In second place, we got Team Bear Pope Enduro, driven by James Watts, who I know very well actually. He's a very good and accomplished driver. There in second place in the GT3, so he is up 2 places from where they started. In third place, we got Tental Delta Sim Tech 144, driven by Sammy Hendricks, up 3 places from where they started the race, so steadily making progress. In fourth place, we got Overtake Team White, driven by Zane Khan, up 3 places from where they started. In fifth place, we got We Too Fast Racing, driven by Jack Cressy, up 4 places from where they started in the race. And then in sixth place, we got D's Porsche Rangefather Jug, driven by Mark Nistor, who I believe is a change of driver on there. And then in 7th place and probably in 34th place is Team Bear Pope Workers Union, who we did see have a slight spin. Pretty much straight. It's got a bit of netcode there involved in that. Currently running around in 34th place, and then well out of position in 8th is the Overtake Team Black, currently running around in 41st position, although up 11 places from where they started. And then we've got Delta Sim Tech currently running around in 9th, driven by Kev Coplin. And then in 10th we have D's Porsche Rensfarger Alt Team, driven by very own Chad Henderson there in 44th with Moras Ginger Liveries. That's a quality name there, driven by Daniel Morad, currently running around in 47th, a little bit out of position there. And then we have cars all the way at the back of the position, really slow motor racing, down in 56th position, the 12th in class. Yeah, he was. And then 57th, running around at 57th, 13th in the pro class is the Tempest Simsport GT3. So very much been heavily involved in contact. And then over to the GT3 AMs, if you want to take us through them, Avery.
Yeah, we got the Lunatic Racing team putting on a clinic so far for the GT3 AM, and then the only direct drive motorsports team is out there, and that's they've been putting on a really good effort. They're sitting in 3rd, and we got the Longhorn Racing in 3rd, and then 4th place is Can-Am Racing, and the rest of the field is. You take a look at the AM. You have the Sim HQ Motorsports, and then Back Pain and Eye Strain. I mean, that's the name of the day so far. I really like that. And then you have the Bear Pope Zero, Fendi Racing Black Team, the CMS Racing Endurance, Longhorn Racing is behind them, Avala Motorsports behind them. So it's very tough to keep up with all the cars on the track, and we appreciate everybody tuning in here to Apex Racing TV.
Just saw something flash up as going through that, Avery. Overtake Team White there, getting a drive-through penalty for avoidable contacts. That's Zane Khan, currently running around 4th in the GT3 Pro field. So that will really impact them when it comes to them serving that penalty. That's going to be ideal for them, so they'll lose a couple of positions for that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it's just when you get that drive through, you just got to go in and do the penalty and forget about what happened and move on. So you hate to see it for them, but you know, it's still early in the race. We're just past the 1/3 mark. So and yep, there's the overtake team, great team coming out of the pits.
Certainly is. As watch the other team, Greg, coming through from Richmond. Probably butchering a lot of names here, so I super apologise. I will learn them for next time if I am. But he's coming in for his pit stop, for his second pit stop here, which didn't come in earlier for some repairs. I think he probably did, didn't he? He was probably one of the GT3 cars caught up in the earlier on incidents. Currently riding on board with Scott Kennedy from Dog Bite team, currently running around in 7th in the LMD H amateur category, 2 seconds behind one of his teammates, Dog Bear Bark. Growl is just hammering a bit behind there in 9th place, but you can sort of see the gaps, can't you? I mean, you're looking at 5th place there, Sim Republic, a minute and 2 behind the leaders. It's sort of, as you see the Porsche losing it, hitting into the wall, coming over the top of the hill. That was turn number 5. Sort of Possa literally got onto the power far too early and lost the back end. I don't know if he was assisted. I'll say, let's have a look, see if we can identify that. So it's David Hansen, the very own David Hansen, coming around the corner. Oh yeah, he just got clipped there twice, wasn't it? He got clipped on the rear right. Ooh. And then looks like got clipped on the side. So that's
that bumper's going to a fan.
Yeah, that is the series organizer David Anderson. So that other driver may be in for a hard time from the stewards.
Yeah, no, they'll call it no matter who is in the incident. So
exactly.
This happened to be unfortunate to be him, but here comes Scott Kennedy and the Dog Bear Bite. Oh, there's a car stop there.
What was that?
You can't park there. You got to make it the pit road. But
you got to accelerate. You know, who is that?
Parking ticket.
I think that's the overtake team, is it? Overtake White. He needs to do a drive-through, so I'm not sure if he's realised it had to be a drive-through or if he's actually taking his pits. If it is, he's going to have to have a drive-through on his next lap. So that looks like that was a drive-through from Dog Bear Bite. It's I suppose, I mean, like I was saying with the incident levels, Avery, they were super low at Daytona, but Daytona is one of them tracks that everyone's driven multiple times. This is probably a track that, whenever it's in official series, is the ones that get raced. And I suppose that 20 incident points limit is going to be put to the test here when it sees how many cars we have to drive through, because like I said, some of the corners are super easy to get them incident points, and they're quite easy to sort of rack up once you get in that mode. And that's a fraction of a second, certainly around turn number 4 that we're watching Scott Kennedy go round. If you take that corner on the inside a little bit too tightly, there's an incident point there. Hit into a car, there's 4 incident points. So we've seen a few fender benders going on here today. So there could be quite a few teams having to do the drive-through penalty today.
Yeah, well, more ads have been coming through the pack. Josh has gave us a little bit of the update, so here's a couple replays for you. Yeah, just using the skills that he's got, from not only a talented sim racer but a talented driver in the real car. So there's one of the passes there. Good move by him. Yep, just using the speed, finding the place that he needs to make a good pass. When you know you're a little bit faster, Andy, you just have to, you got to pick your spots at track and pick your battles, and he's moving up the field. So we'll see if this.
Yeah, let's let's have a look here of another crash coming in thick and fast now. Like I said, we got that first hour out of the way. The second hour is starting to be the crazy hour. So Andre, let's have a see what happened to him coming up through turn number 1, round turn number 2. Oh yeah, the slow in fast out approach was not adopted there by Andre. So he had a spin around just taking the scenery. I mean, it must be a lovely track. You've got, when you come down to start finish, they call it, it's the VIP UFO platform, the one that looks like a big dish above the start finish, where I think it's about 125 people can actually go in there and view it. I bet that's an amazing place to watch the track from, get a real bird's eye view and a look down at the track from that start finish. So that's what that big flying saucer is over the start finish straight, which we'll should see now, I think, when they're coming up there. Just going underneath it right now. There it is. So I bet that's quite impressive, because you can see over there to turn number 3 and 4, so you get a real bird's eye view of the first start of the course. But there's a Ferrari with a bumperless front. That is the Exit Racing LMDH team we're watching at the moment, of Josh Schultz currently running around in 3rd. Pretty much out on his own. If we look at him there, we got to the LMDH car just behind him, actually, of the pneumatic Motorsport Purple, trying to chase him down, but has a bit of a gap between the Valhalla Motorsports team in 2nd place, so really much defending the 3rd place over the pneumatic Motorsport Purple team.
Yeah, taking a look at the gap for the for this battle here, it's 4th and 5th, the Satellite Racing Blue team, but that gap has shrunk. But the one that's really shrunk is the Satellite Racing Teal team and the Overtake Team Red. The last lap for Satellite Racing and the Teal was about a half a second, slower than Overtake Team Red. So expect maybe big slow up with the behind the GT3 car there, but maybe a pass for the overall lead with the Satellite Racing Teal team.
Yeah, it certainly is. But maybe Josh is, is the slower of the 2 drivers, so he is now doing his fair share stint. I mean, his lap times are not shabby. His last lap time was a 1:26.8, so it was quicker than 2nd place overtaking Team Red. But again, it's probably down to the GT3 traffic they're trying to navigate. It's pretty much relentless, probably for the LMDH cars. They'll be quite happy to get back onto the larger tracks of, say, Hockenheim, or certainly Le Mans, when it comes to it, to be able to stretch their legs. Certainly not utilising the complete top speed of these cars. Certainly the acceleration they are, but probably just like a rolling roadblock every time they come past the GT3. You can see there that Ferrari of the Team Bear Pope almost getting into a bit of an altercation with the Overtake Red team for the 2nd place in that LMDH Pro, nearly coming to blows. So luckily no incident caused there, but they're really on it now. The Overtake Team Red have got Satellite Racing Teal team in their sights, so it's going to be finally a change of lead in this race after an hour and 25. If Luke Smoke has anything to do about it, it will be, but I'm pretty sure that Jess Lyons will be holding him off as much as he can. And like we say, all it takes is one ill-placed GT3 car, and that's when the Overtake Team Red will be right onto the tail of Satellite Racing Teal. So still all to play for very early in this race, just nearly coming up to half distance. So still a long way to go in this race to decide who's going to win this.
Yeah, and I think take a look at the Josh Stolz and the LMDH AM. Nice move around the 911 Porsche. I think, Andy, when you're coming in for this next pit stop, whoever you put in the car after this, they're the one taking you all the way home. So, yeah, Josh has just been putting on a really good effort in that sim car. We'll see if he's going to get past here. he's sitting in a good spot, and there's a pneumatic. Yeah, just went a little wide, and good job by the pneumatic car in the purple to get around him, and good move by both drivers. Went a little wide, kind of knew you're going to get past, and just kind of kept going, but he's still a second half behind the pneumatic car. The pneumatic car's in third, purple in that Porsche LMDH.
Yeah, it's. I mean, what I've got to give a shout out to for the car that we're just watching was the fact that it was good sportsmanship. We saw him coming up against two GT3 cars, but instead of trying to dive it down the inside, basically backed off a little bit, flashed his lights to say, "Hey guys, I'm here, I'm faster, let me through." But basically didn't make that sort of yeet move on the inside to cause an incident. Yeah, so it's the car just in front of this one actually, so I'm not sure who that is. Is it Stokes? Trying to think of his name. Yeah, so basically great bit of sportsmanship there. These LMDH cars are by far a lot quicker than the GT3 cars and could have easily gone up that inside, but decided to come off. Watching James Loxton there of Bearport Enduro. Incident.
Oh yeah, there's that's the one. Yep. Big thanks to Josh for bringing that up for us. One thing I want to point out. So we've already stated this before. Andy, there's an GT3 driver leading all GT3. Do you know what happened?
Amazing,
you know what happened last year at the Rolex 24?
I don't, but I'm pretty sure you're going to let us know.
I'm going to bring you the information. A GTD Pro driver did not finish third behind two GTD drivers. So it has happened before, so it's not a rarity. It's just kind of funny last year when I was at the race, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's not a GTD Pro leading these GT3 cars or GTD cars. So that was cool that happened. It's always nice when you're an AM driver, you can knock off a pro, and whether it's the real cars or it's the here in the this endurance series.
It certainly is. It looks like we do have possibly another retiree. Valhalla Motorsports car number 233. Currently been in the pits for 23 minutes, so might have already used his fast repair. He's either getting more repairs done or that is him out of the race. So we'll try to keep you updated if he manages to get out of the race. Onto the race, should I say. But looking at backups, we've got a drive-through for car number 14 for avoidable contact. That is a Pneumatic Motorsport purple team that we were watching just a little while ago, currently running in second place in the LMDH amateur team. So that is a big blow to them, because we look where the Accent Racing LMDH team is 21, so only 2 seconds behind them. Valhalla Motorsports ran about 9 seconds behind them. So James Loxton here coming into the pits. This, I think, was a little bit out of sync from first, because he had already done his stop. So he was one of the drivers that actually went through. So his pit stop strategy, Team Bearport Endurance pit stop strategy, is a little bit out of sync to the rest of the field there, as we watch the Penguin RC Simulation Magma team, Ray Kingsbury coming in for a pit stop. They've not had the start to the second race that they wanted after an excellent second place in the first race at Daytona. Not having the best of days here, are they, Avery?
Yeah, just a rough day for them, but it's there's always more left of the season, so but you finish out what you can finish out.
Is this a battle here? I believe it is between Defender Racing Team Black in the Mercedes, trying to race with the CMS.com endurance team, I believe that is, just in front. No, that's the Esports Rensfarger alt team of Chad Henderson there. They are different. They are actually different classes here. So we're looking at the Pro in the front with the AM driver behind. But it's a real mixture in that GT3 field between the Pros and the AMs. Obviously, the difference between the Pros and the AMs will be their iRating. I think 3,000. How Chad damaged his front end with the Esports Rensfarger alt team.
Yeah, still moving on though. Good, doing a good job. Yeah, he's still hanging on to the car and doing a good job. And expect a driver swap. I'm assuming when the next pit stop as we pass the halfway point, and he makes way for LMDH to get around him. But really a good effort by them. They're a lap down, but they're still chugging along. That's the big thing with endurance racing, Andy. You still have to keep chugging away, no matter the circumstance.
LMDH just sandwiching himself in between two GT3 cars. So let's have a look, and it's in between Dogbear Grau here. Again, just a lot of cars are finding that super hard. I think that's turn number 10. A lot of the cars spinning out on exit. It is a banked corner, so you've really got to be careful of putting too much acceleration down. And we've seen that quite a few times here today. But probably the news of the time or the day at the moment is that Overtake Team Red have managed to get past Satellite Racing Teal, and not only just get past, it's starting to extend the gap. It's currently sat at 8.7 seconds is the gap to Satellite Racing Teal. So Satellite Racing Teal pretty much long-term led from start to finish on pole position in this race. Is now currently in second place, under pressure from team 100 force from behind as well. So Jerez probably is the slower racer out on track, so we may see a driver change. But let's have a look at how Luke Smoker managed to get past the Satellite Racing Team 2. Bonnet, he made a self-imposed incident, and that is again that corner 9 and 10. It seems to be catching out a lot of drivers. Probably felt a little bit of pressure anyway, because had a decent gap coming out of the pit lane, but you could just see that gap getting eroded in. And now it's just a case of trying to get this car back into the position, not lose too much time. It's almost like gaining composure again, isn't it, Avery? Trying to get that mentality back in after spinning it, losing a long time lead, and just got to try and stay with the game. So it looks like Team Morad is still again making great inroads. They were further back down the field. I think when we looked at it, they were around about 48th on track. They're currently up to P39. So Daniel Morad is making some excellent passes through the GT3 field. Obviously getting there's another car who moves up into 38th. He's currently 9th in that GT3 Pro category. And making great inroads. I'm just looking at his lap times. He's down to the 139s, low 139s was his last lap time, where a lot of the front runners are in the 140, 141s. So certainly does have a quicker driver in that car at the moment, trying to make great inroads into gaining more positions. So I think it was a pass through the pits. I think they're the passes that you really want out on track. But you can see here Satellite Racing Teal team coming in. It's going to be interesting to see if there is a change of drivers here. Jess does seem to be slow as well, but although his last lap was a 125.3, So not too shabby. So we look at him there, it's going down to 4th. Is there a change of driver in that satellite racing team? Or is he going to come out for another stint? Nope, Maximilian Muir is now back into the car, so I imagine he will stay in the car now till the end. Does have a bit of chasing to do, but just did a good job. You know, it's only 8 seconds was the gap to P1, and we know that Max is an extremely quick driver, so it'll be interesting to watch towards the end of this race. Still a long way to go here. Only an hour and 37 done of this 3-hour race, so still another hour and 20 to go. So still plenty of time for other things to happen out on track.
Yeah, it's there we go. Get back out on track and get going. So I mean, this is that satellite racing team driver that's going to try and see if he can get back moving and grooving, and try to get back to the lead. He's got some work to do.
Certainly has, but yeah, certainly we know that Maximilian Muir is an extremely quick driver. Obviously, number one, as we saw an MDH, I believe that was the wrong way around that. That's MDH car. But Maximilian back out, fresh tyres. We're going to be interesting to see. We're doing a little bit out of position at the moment. So he has made 2 pit stops where everyone else around him has still got to make them. So it'll be interesting to see where we line up when we come out after the round of pit stops. But you can sort of just see on track the amount of GT3 cars that these LMDH cars have to navigate throughout the lap. At the start, it was all congested, as we see. There's an Audi, yeah, there's an Audi going off again around turns 9 and 10. That is catching a lot of drivers out. We did say that the tyre wear would become an issue on maybe some of these corners because of the nature of the track and the way it flows. So maybe some of these GT3 cars, with only having 2 sets of tyres, haven't changed any yet. And well, looks like they need to change them, don't they, Avery?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sometimes when you run a little long, when you got to change them, but you only got 2 sets of tires to change. So this would be the time to, if you haven't made a tire change, this is the time to do it. But it's a really congested pit road right now. You see on the time tower on your left side of your screen for who's in the pits. But so yeah, everybody's busy on pit road. They're doing a good job.
Certainly are, as a couple of the LMDHs, you can see the pit lane getting rather busy now for the second round of pit stops for the LMDHs. A couple of the GT3 cars in the pit lanes, maybe retirees. You can still see the Valhalla Motorsports are still in the pits, 33 minutes, so I pretty much imagine saying that they may be out, but there's looks like a couple of the other drivers, so Team Brake Fade there, 13 minutes in the pits. So a lot of the teams have used it looks like they've used their fast repairs and are now getting more damage and having to take the full repair time to do it. So that's where we'll see a lot of drivers many laps down to be able to do that. But I suppose it'd be interesting to know if the repairs have been made for genuine repairs, or if we've done the age-old trick of not unticking the box when we came in for our first pit stop, that minor damage gets repairs, because I think there's nothing more frustrating than that happening.
Yeah, it's you got to get those minor repairs. Here comes that overtake. Team Red, you're going to give up the race lead. Well, come down to the pits, and maybe we'll see if the satellite racing team Teal will cut into the lead, because remember they're back quite a ways from them. So here's the satellite racing Teal. They had a rough pit stop because of the driver swap, but I have a feeling Maximilian's in the car for the rest of the race. But he's moving. He's trying to get that car to rotate and motivate and get back up to the lead. But I tell you what, though, Andy, that overtake team has really come on strong in the last 20-30 minutes.
They certainly have. I mean, obviously the quicker driver looked like it was in the car to be able to do the lead was close to 9 seconds when Jess came in to hand over to Maximilian for Max's second stint in the car. So it's going to be interesting to see as we see Max coming around the last corner now. Overtake Red Team just coming out of the pit stops. They are at the front, so I think this is going to be a change back of the lead. I mean, that is just amazing. It's just so close. That is Satellite Racing, and does take back the lead from the Overtake Red Team. So that is just amazing from Max. He was around about 8 seconds back, comes into the pit stop, changes over, back in the car, straight back on it, and even on the around the pit stop, the Red Team still manages to come out. What was his last lap? 125.6 was Maximilian's last lap. So extremely quick lap, and just 8 back into that 9-second lead that Overtake Red Team had before Jess came in.
Yep, take a look at the battle on these guys. That just, you know, that Satellite Racing Teal team was a 2.5 second gap, but you know, like we've seen throughout this 3-hour race, Andy, is you catch a GT3 at the wrong time, there's some smokes. Yeah, there is a look like an LMDH off the track, but we stay with these lead pack. But you catch up to a GT3 car and maybe at the wrong time, you got to sit behind them for a couple corners. That gap can shrink from 4 seconds to maybe down to 2. It's like, look at Maximilian here, has to wait because got an LMDH who's a little bit slower than him, and then another GT3 car, you know, next to him. So it's just got to always keep an eye on that timing and scoring tower when those drivers are in that traffic, because it can either grow or it can shrink exponentially. So take a look at the Satellite Racing Teal team, Maximilian just in heavy traffic. Will the Overtake Team Red or maybe the Satellite Racing Blue take advantage of that?
Yeah, it definitely is. But Satellite Racing Blue have had a good recovery. They are bound back up into 3rd place. So 1 place above from where they actually started from. They were further back down the field. You can see Maximilian just flashing on the inside there with that bumper missing Ferrari and the Mercedes there on the inside. It's good to see that it's sort of almost like a split now in the GT3 field, in that there's no car of real dominance. So you get a good selection of cars. I do remember when the Mercedes came out, and they might as well renamed every GT3 series the Mercedes Challenge, because I think everybody drove it. But it's good to see the old cars coming back in, as we're currently watching the Audis. That was a stable for the GT3 in the early days. Went a little bit off piste. But now has been brought back, and it's good to see that a lot of the cars are there. You can see them there, 2nd place in fact, 1st place in the GT3 AM. I'm not sure why Sim HQ Motorsport Orange are there. 7 laps if he has. That's quite impressive. Top of the GT3 AM there, and obviously the top of the GT3 Pro is the Audi with a couple of Porsche following on. So it's good to see a good selection of car manufacturers in that GT3 field here in this Endurance Championship. We're just watching Bearpool Control coming out, currently 8th place in the Pro GT3 Pro categories. You see the time is there, like 1 minute and 25 down. Is that just looking down? There's still quite a few drivers in the GT3 field. I suppose that is why coming up to the end of the 2-hour mark, they still need to make a pit stop. So there's a lot of people out of position in that GT3 field. It's going to be interesting come the end of the race who has to do a splash and dash at the end, or who has timed it right, because there very much seems to be a difference of opinion in the strategies in the GT3 field. Some coming in slightly earlier than the hour mark, some trying to eke it out just over the hour mark. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins out in the end in the GT3 fields.
Yeah, that Lunatic team is out in front. We the Towers got a little bit of an issue, but yeah, so Lunatic, they've been dominating this race, and that Direct Drive Motorsports, they're the only Direct Drive Motorsports team in this race, and they've been doing a really good job at running in that second position there. So Colin McKenzie, not the Colin McKenzie that I know, but Colin's doing a good job at maintaining a good pace and maintaining that lead and just trying to extend that gap between that direct drive motorsports car.
Not sure what that same HQ Motorsport Orange team is there, because I'm just trying to have a look at myself. So obviously it's showing as a blue, which is obviously the LMDH, so maybe a bit of a mistake in our live timing there. I'm sure it'll sort itself out after the round of pit stops. Just looking at the Lunatic Racing, currently are 6th in the GT3 field, but every GT car in front of them still needs to pit. So like I said, every GT3 car slightly out of position at the moment, so we'll get a good indication once all the second round of pit stops for the GT3 cars have been completed. But that's an hour and 48 into this 3-hour race. I mean, time just flies when you're having fun. Just watching here Valhalla Motorsports, just looking, squeeze them out. And that LMDH is saying, thank you very much, guys. You give me plenty of space on the inside. I don't think that was intentional.
Yeah, Chad Henson there having getting a lot of TV time, maintaining his 10th place position in the GT3 Pro, and he's been in the car for a long time. Hour 48. So expect he's got to let JR get in the car.
maybe he's hogging the limelight. He's enjoying watching the stream on his up at the screen and thinking, I get loads of time here. I'm staying in the car. You're not.
Yeah, he's like. I think the last time I did a race with JR, he junked at lap 1, so it's good to see him. So I don't know if maybe Chad's trying to make it to where it's a minimum drive for our good buddy JR. Only kidding, because super nice guy, but Chad's been handling the car so far. But we look at around the 4th position, the 100 Force cars trying to hold off that Delta Simtech 2 Acura. So it's kind of nice to see in the top 8. You see all 4 prototype manufacturers in the pro class throughout there. So not necessarily dominated by one manufacturer. There are 3 Cadillacs in the front, but still, I mean, it's overall.
I'm just looking at the timing screen, and it looks like Lunatic Racing are back in the pits. So they've had 3 stops, so something has happened, and you can just see Lunatic Racing there coming on the pit exit. Something has happened to them during this last couple of laps. So they have actually been in. They have done 3 pit stops, but that puts them massively out of contention. So something has really happened. What's it? 2.8 seconds was the last stop, so they must have had an incident out on track. I don't know if you're able to find anything, Josh, to see if they were caught up, but they are well down in the GT3 AM, and that's endurance racing for you folks. 1 minute you're flying high, well above the field, and the next minute you're down in 8th place, well off the pace, and it's crazy. Let's have a look. I think Josh has found the crash. Let's see what happened to the Lunatic Racing. It's certainly not Lunatic Racing here, but we'll have a look at this. Oh, looks like a bit of net code, that, I think. Oh, well done, Blakes. This is a precarious position, isn't it? Facing. Oh, there he is in the background. Look, that's him there, right in front of us. The thingy. Oh, you can see. Look at that. He has literally. Is that turn number 9 and 10 again? No, that's the final, isn't it? There, we just saw Lunatic there, literally crabbing around. Luckily, like you said, they had the fast repair. No, it's still not that. Well, whatever it is, he's heavily hit. Here we go. This will be it. So that's turn number 8. Coming up to turn 8. Oh, got hit by an LMDH, and that is a big crash. Luckily for him, it was at the end of the lap, but that is just so gutted for him, because he was flying high at the front of the GT3 field. Here we go, look, bang, right in the middle, pushes him off into the wall. That is pretty much dire, but we know he's got speed. Currently in 7th in class. It's all not over till the fat lady sings, as they say. So he has got time. I mean, he's got an hour and 8 minutes left to try and recuperate some of the lost time, but we know he's got fast time. It is a different driver. We've got Conor McKenzie in the car at the moment, so let's see what his pace are compared to McLaughlin.
Big shout out to Josh, who's working the controls. When I work a CBS show, it takes 30 people to do what he does. So, big props to our whole crew for bringing this race live to you on Apex Racing TV, because it's a tremendous job. And there's a drive through the car 55 for the avoidable contact in the orange zone. So, big props to our crew for bringing you this 3-hour endurance race. With Penguin RC Simulations as the title sponsor. So it's an honor for me. I know, Andy, you enjoyed our time so far, but it's been a pleasure calling this race. Been some really good racing, some good multi-class, and you're going to get a couple incidents just because that's how racing works. But so far, it's been a really good race, and we're almost to 1 hour left. Well, big send. Woo!
There's getting some a little bit more sketchy passes now from the LMDHs as we're getting into the last hour of this race. But that drive-through penalty was for Cook Pro Team. And if you're unsure what the orange zone is, that is for lap 1. You have a orange zone where you've really got to make sure your passes are good and not make unnecessarily passes. That's the start of the race, lap 1, to be able to warm the tyres up and get everybody into the race. So that's what the orange zone is, if anybody's joined us and wondering what that is. But there's certainly heated up. I think we're going to see quite a few more incidents. It seems to be turn 9 and 10 that are catching the drivers out overall, but there seems to be a lot more crashes in the last 10 minutes. Can-Am Racing, I believe.
Yeah, just a little bumpsy.
That's a problem now, isn't it? That's so hard to judge sometimes, isn't it, when you're coming up to a corner? I don't know if you've ever driven these LMDHs. You can almost get caught out by the speed difference between. The speed difference is quite considerable between the GT3s and the LMDHs, and we've seen quite a few incidents, and it's all like sort of rear end little shunts, isn't it? And it's unfortunate. It's obviously not malice, and I 100% say that it's not caused by intention. I think it's just drivers getting caught out by the speed difference between the two cars.
Yeah, I've done one LMDH official races at Canadian Tire, and I was very patient, and someone keyed in the chat goes, "Avery, you're a very patient driver for an LMDH." I was like, I'm just trying not to wreck anybody. I'm just floating down the track. I mean, I ended up finishing like 7th of 17 or 18, but it wasn't because of speed. It was because of survival. But I think if I was in this race, we'd be sitting around last in the LMDH, because this is a very talented group of drivers. So, I mean, I would even participate for like having a rookie class just for me, so I can feel good. But this is a good battle here with that Longhorn Racing car sitting in a good spot. They're trying to, they got that overtake white. That's a pro driver. They're not racing against them in class. But then you have the direct drive motorsports car doing good, and then the car behind them. One of my favorite teams, actually, it's Ken Copeland is in the Delta Simtech in the pro category. He's always runs a good livery. I've seen him race throughout here on Apex Racing TV and with other series, but doing a good job in that Delta Simtech. They're 2 seconds back from overtake Team White, so they are big move by Copeland there. We'll see if he's going to be able to stick. That's around an amateur driver. You see the green on the number panel, but that was Mark Johnson, that Longhorn Racing car. So Copeland makes a nice overtake right when an LMDH is about ready to catch up to you. So it was a good timing for him.
Yeah, definitely is. Just trying to track down the overtake Team White in front of him, only 2 seconds. So that's got a good target for him to go for as we watch Patrick Kopp here in Dog Bear Brown, currently in 8th place in the pits. Currently in the pits 5 minutes. So another one that's taken his fast repairs already and looks like he's making some more repairs. Mace, is the live timing not up? Is the live timing up, Josh? Yep, it is. We'll see if Josh can put the link into the YouTube channel so you guys can watch the live timings. Link leads to Formula 4s. Right. That may be the other race possibly, but I know Josh will get that sorted for you and put the link in there for you guys. It's in there now for you guys, so please just check that you're happy with that, Mace, and it's the right one, and we'll see where all the cars are on track. So this was actually the team that I was mentioning earlier that was I got tongue-tied with. So St Racing at LMDH here was well, I think this was the car that was being very sportsmanlike, I would say, to his fellow GT3 drivers and LMDH drivers who are getting well out of the way when they want this. So currently in 16th place, second overall in class for the LMDH AM. So a little bit of patience, I think, pays off.
Yeah, you gotta get a little bit of patience is always good. I mean, that's one thing I always preach to when I have a buddy of mine that joined in sim racing. Have a little bit of patience and it'll work out well for you. And this is that Ascent Racing LMDH just doing a fantastic job sitting in that podium position, and the Cadillac's just moving in a groove in that sim car. Had a couple instances early in the race, but able to regroup. And there it is, J.R. Gregory coming out onto the racetrack for the first time. Everybody in the chat and everybody here at Apex Racing TV is hoping you have a splendid time out there. We'll see how he does. That livery looks good. And there's already a car off in front of him, so he's able to. They're ahead of him quite a bit, so it'll be okay.
Let's hopefully not give him the commentator's cast, but only time will tell on that one. But Jiggery out there on track now, just on his outback. It's always a bit nervous, isn't it, once you get this far into a race, nearly 2 hours into the race, and you get into the car for the first time. There's lots of drivers around you that have been on track for a considerable time at the moment, very confident, and you just trundle out the pits thinking, I hope I can just get it to the end here and not make a mistake or something. So a lot of pressure here on the D's Porsche Ranfar Ultra driver in P11th overall in the Pro category. You can see really slow motor racing is out, and the Tempest Simsport GT3 out as well. So a few retirees here, and I can see quite a few cars in the pits as well. Certainly taking a lot longer than would be expected. We currently got the organisation in for 4 minutes 10 at the moment, and Team 1 in the pits for 3 minutes 50, and we still got Valhalla Motorsports still in the pits for 53 minutes. So there's dedication to the cause, waiting for that car to be fixed. That must have been a hefty accident, and that would have been a hefty amount of time for the lunatic racers if they hadn't had their fast repair as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So Direct Drive Motorsports seen on your screen, that is they're leading that amateur division, so they're doing a good job at maintaining their pace. One thing I want to point out, you said about always getting nervous when you get in the car. It's story time with Avery. First iRacing Rolex 24, we were at 12 hours in the race, and our one buddy that got in the car for the first time, he put into the tires coming out of the pits. So it's very important and very nerve-wracking when you are the coming in, the second driver in, and you just don't want to be the one. Nobody wants to be the one that makes the mistake, but it's a good job by the drivers coming in for the second driver coming in, and maybe even the third if we have one of those. But you don't want to be that guy, and And thankfully, I have never been that guy, Andy, but I'm jinxing myself because we are running the race in a couple weeks.
Well, as we're on story time, I'll tell a story time of me doing the Le Mans 24 official iRacing. So basically, I was the second driver in, done my first lap, settled in, going down the Mulsanne straight for the first chicane, and my steering wheel decided it wasn't going to work. So literally full speed going down into the first chicane, smacked right into the barrier. And because my steering wheel had disconnected, and I've got my accelerators on the steering wheel, the car revved out and blew the engine. So not to add to my woes of hitting straight on into a barrier was bad enough. The car accelerated and blew the engine. So I think it was an hour and 10 minutes repair, and the first guy who had just driven for 2 hours was no turn person. I did feel bad.
Yeah. Morad making more gains up to 9th place. That's doing a really good effort for him to, he's got pace, but just making his way through the field, just very cautious and very smooth. And then the LMDHs are just doing a good job getting around him. And here's the other D's Porsche working his way into the pits in the 992. So just as much pressure as the 991. So, and they're going to do a driver swap, and then the Fendi Racing car is just putting in a nice park job by him. You always want to show off the car when you're in the pits, but and then EJ Bird coming in.
Is. We do have somebody in the interview area for a chat. Hendrik de Watt from We Too Fast Racing. So we'll bring him up and have a chat and talk about his race. So Hendrik, welcome to the booth, mate, from We Too Fast Racing. How's your race going?
It's going pretty good right now. Leading the class, although I think there's still a lot left to happen to see how other team strategies pan out, but I think we've been able to settle in a little bit now that traffic's gotten a little bit more spread out. But that opening stint, I tell you, that was a little bit nerve-wracking with the LMDHs passing like hornets all the time.
I'd imagine. I mean, you've done very well in previous seasons, obviously coming back again. I mean, how does this track differ? I mean, you've got Daytona for round one. I think that has been a staple round one in each of the seasons here on the Endurance Series with Championship Motorsports. How have you found this track compared to other tracks of previous seasons? Has it been more difficult?
It does seem to be a lot more challenging, especially thinking about that speed differential between the GT3s and the LMDHs. Things are coming a lot faster. There aren't necessarily sort of clear areas where it's really easy for those LMDHs to make their way through. We have seen a fair amount of great patience exercised by some of the LMDHs, and on the flip side, a few hair-raising moments. But yeah, Jack, who's in the car right now, described it to basically being very much like an autocross. Like there's no moment where you can take a moment to breathe. It's just constant action, turn after turn after turn.
I suppose that's what it is around this track, isn't it? Because you haven't really, I think probably the longest straight is out of turn 5, coming down the back straight, which I think we're watching at the moment, down into turn number 6. So we're watching the end of lap here, turn number 12 coming around to the start finish now. So there's not really, exactly like you say, there's not really that long straight that you can take that breather around the track. You're either accelerating or hard on the brakes, aren't you?
Yeah, and even that on top of that, just not that many heavy braking corners where the LMDHs can really take advantage of that performance delta. It's a lot of turns where the GT3s especially are kind of on that razor's edge of balance, which makes it tricky when an LMDH decides at the last second that they're going to try to make the move, and it really throws us off, and I think also ultimately slows them down a little bit as well, despite gaining the position.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, obviously, looking, we're early on in the season here, but what are your expectations for the season? Where do you, realistically want to see yourself towards the end of it?
You know, it's a great question, because one thing that's been really neat to see over the third or fourth year that we're running this series, the competition has gotten a lot stronger. You know, I'd be lying if we don't want to be on that top spot, but realistically, I think a top 3 finish at the end of the season is definitely doable for us.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you've changed cars as well, haven't you? Are you now racing?
Yeah, we shifted down. We were in the LMDH, or in the fast category previously, but I think, you know, part of the challenge with those cars is they are so complex, and we just decided that it might be a little bit more manageable to run GT3, have a little bit more fun dealing with that LMDH traffic versus being at the front end of the pack. Oopsies. That
Okay.
was... That's great to be on the interview as that happens.
Okay, so what? So just take us what happened. What happened?
So it looks like we were pretty much bingo on fuel, and I think Jack just had a little mental lapse there after putting in a great 2 stints, and hopefully we didn't just make the same mistake that we made in Daytona, where we unfortunately pulled the driver, I think, a little too quickly, and then basically the car went up on the jacks, the car went back down off the jacks, and then went back up again, which led to us dropping quite a few places. But this one's gonna hurt. But you know, that's racing at the end of the day.
It certainly is. I mean, that GT3, like you were saying about the GT3 Pro field being like super competitive, but you know, there's been quite a few cars at the top of the GT3 Pro during this race. It's so hard to call. The teams are a lot closer together than what they have been sort of in previous seasons. Certainly in this race, it may be the equalising track of being quite a difficult track, but it's interesting to see who's going to come out on top. I mean, you're doing well at the moment. We'll just scrub that last incident that we saw. We'll wipe that from my mind. But you know, you're doing well.
Yeah, no, it is, and we were chatting about that, and the impression I got is also, I think, having to deal with the constant, I want to say threat, but that seems a little aggressive towards the LMDHs, but I think that's also affecting the pace overall and helping to keep the field a little bit tighter.
It certainly does. I mean, we mentioned, and I've actually got your results from last season right in front of me, and you actually did really well. You came second in round number 4 last season in the LMDH, and obviously, just mentioning the different aspects, you mentioned the car was quite hard to drive, but you know, looking at it from the other angle now, you are the slower car of the GT3, whereas last season you were the faster car of the LMDH. Looking at it now in hindsight, where would you rather be?
Well, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, but I think we're happy to be in the GT3 again, just because I don't know if we know that LMDH car quite as well as the front end of the LMDH field, where these guys are putting in countless hours on getting this done. And you know, I don't want to say, you know, we're more journeyman kind of competitors, but I think it just ultimately comes down to having that inside out knowledge of the LMDH cars, which we just unfortunately don't have. Otherwise, if we had someone to work purely on the setups for us, we'd probably consider it. But you know, it is what it is, and we're having a great time in the GT3.
Yeah, obviously a mid-pack result from Daytona, but at the moment, you know, you are a little bit further back now in the GT3 Pro, but you have made your pit stop, so it's looking good for you today, isn't it?
It is, and we've got a great strategist in the form of François Breu, who's doing everything behind the scenes to make sure we get the most out of the car and the most out of the pace, while still obviously managing the fuel and the tires, because as you guys probably know, coming into this, the tire question was quite a big one, being limited to only 2 sets. But thankfully the weather's turned out to not be quite as warm as we were anxious about it being. So hopefully here Chris can come out and just put in some really good push laps for probably both of his stints.
So you can answer this or not answer this. So is Chris your faster driver or the slower driver?
It remains to be seen. Chris and Jack have really traded places as our hot shoes over the years. But I will admit that Chris maybe hasn't gotten quite as many laps in preparation for this race just because of other commitments.
Yeah.
So it remains to be seen. But he's a really, really good driver. He's very, very quick. Runs also with TWR Racing and some of the special events where he's done quite well. But we're here to have fun, and obviously it's a lot more fun when you finish on that top step of the podium. But at the end of the day, I think just finishing this race is going to be an accomplishment just based on what we suspect is going to be a real war of attrition.
Definitely is. I mean, it is still very early on in the championship. You've got an hour left of this race to go. I wish you all the best of luck, and you're doing an exceptional. Very thanks for joining us. But before we let you go, mate, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, obviously want to thank you guys for putting on an awesome broadcast. I wasn't able to be around for the first race because I was down in Argentina competing in a field hockey tournament. But really enjoyed the broadcast despite trolling you guys a tiny bit on the pronunciation of the pneumatic team, which I apologize for. But also want to thank CMS Racing for putting on year after year a really fantastic racing series. And then last but not least, I just want to thank Francois Bru, our strategist behind the scenes.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't mind you trolling me over my pronunciation, so you always get it wrong. Enjoy the rest of the race, mate, and hopefully you're doing well.
Sounds good. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate. There was it there from YouTube Fast Racing. They're doing very well, but that's just ironic, isn't it? They get onto the thing, leading the GT3 Pro, and then we just see two nearly horrendous mistakes from them. But I'm pretty sure they put that to the back of their mind now and get on to the task at hand. But there's a team in the front, the Lunatic GT3 Pro. Whoa, nearly getting swallowed up by NMDH there and causing another incident. But yeah, they're... Oh, okay. That's... there's Valhalla Motorsports. Third... Well, was third in the LMDH. I'm not quite sure what happened there. But you can see there, CMSRacing.com Pro have a drive-through penalty for an incident. Let's have a look back at that. So literally, the Lunatic GT3 car, the arm that was leading this way by a country mile in that class, was actually front legs that was swamped, and then all of a sudden, two of the LMDHs decide that they want to do a bit of off-road racing instead of on track. Let's have a look at some incidents happened whilst we were having the chat with We Too Fast Hendricks. Andre Fluke, I don't know if you can tell. If you can see that one, Adrian.
Yeah, just off into the kitty litter, it looks like, and just a little wiggle, just that stop. Yeah, it could have been maybe a hardware failure, or I'm not quite sure what happened to the car, but we move on. So a little rundown here. Your leaders are the Satellite Racing Teal team for the LMDH Pro. The Pneumatic is leading the LMDH AM, and then the Lunatic team has been leading most of the GT3 AM. And then Overtake Team Gray. It's been a long day, and I just turned 30 in August, so we're starting to get the voice back. But Overtake Team Gray is holding off that Delta Simtech 144. So I'm Avery McDonald. Joined alongside me is Andy Thompson, and then Josh Wilkie in the booth. So it's been a phenomenal race so far, Andy, and we got 45 minutes left. And this is like you put your hot shoe in, kind of like we heard earlier in our interview. So Maximilian has been the hot shoe for this Satellite Racing Teal team, and they won by over 50 seconds at Daytona, but it's only a 16-second gap, and anything can happen on any given day. So we'll see if you can keep up and maintain that gap.
It is, but if you look at the gap back to the Overtake Team Red, who were winning this race, is now 47 seconds. So they look like they've had some sort of issues as we currently watch your Team Red. Just overtaking the We Too Fast Racing of Christopher. But yeah, they've sort of dropped off. They're coming back into the clutches of the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team now, who are currently in fourth. 4 seconds, well, around about 3.5 seconds behind the overtake red team. So the satellite racing team and the satellite racing blue team had a bit of a disastrous start, but has certainly come on strong and is now in the right place at the right time to pick up some valuable points, so we could have a satellite 1-2 on the LMDH Pro. But I suppose looking at the rest of the field, it's all up for grabs, really. There's such a change, and we've got someone here, Daniel Morad. Not sure if this is overtake or an incident. Let's have a look, see what happens to it. Is it... oh, I think it was another... Was that the LMDH's fault? I'm not sure, but after we were looking at the Morad cam of how many places he was taking, unfortunately he has had an incident there. I believe that was... Is that our famous turn 9 and 10? That incident was... I believe it was. No, it was actually...
Yeah, it looked like he just kind of had that LMDH kind of going on his right side and kind of just caught the car a little bit and went off the track and got a little beat down. So, but yeah, you get the car fixed, you get back going, and with just over 40 minutes to go, you see a lot of drivers coming in for the final pit stop of the day. So driver swap there for the 100 Force team. But here's the Penguin RC Simulation Blake Reynolds #1 car in 7th place. He's been we've got 4 spots. Big shout out again to Penguin RC Simulations for being the title sponsor for the series. So for the iRTES, powered by the Champion Motorsports. So once again, well-rounded series, well ran, and then it's been and honestly, Andy, it's really, I had high expectations coming into this race, and they exceeded the expectations. The multi-class racing has been a thing of beauty. We had a couple incidents, but that's to be expected. But overall, pretty good race. And there is Blake Reynolds. He is trying to run down the Team FFSR Venom team that is for position to get into the top 5. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make a pass. Nice defense by the 99 car, and we'll see if Blake's going to be able to get a good run out of the corner. And one thing we need to keep an eye on, Andy, is when some of the drive-through penalties come through, because remember, 20 incidents, that's a drive-through penalty.
Certainly is. Obviously, seems quite low, which it relatively is, but Daytona was only less than a third, and I think there's your, is that your JP Jack? That's your mate there, isn't it? That was just in the kitty litter, so you can rub that in his nose when you see him next. Let's have a look at that. JP Gregory just getting a slightly wrong, I think it was. Yes, from the D's Porsche Rensfager Alt. Coming around turn 8 into turn 9. Oh, just hits the back end of the Pro driver there in the Mercedes. 97, I think that is, or 87, one of the two. So unfortunately, just trying to push his nose up a little bit too high into that corner, and unfortunately, both the cars coming off the worst. So there you go, Avery. You can rub that in, Gregory's.
Oh no! So here at Apex, we don't. I'm not going to try to rub it in. I think he's going to he'll feel himself, but it's all right. We keep moving on. You know, just like a lot of people with back pain and eye strain, they always move on and keep up and keep digging along. So they're able to come out of the pits and work through the pain and the strain. So
they certainly can.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Noticing now there's certainly a lot of incidences now coming through to the stewards. They're going to be very busy in this last 40 minutes of this race. So yeah, hold out. The positions certainly aren't secured by any stretch of the imagination. There's a lot of reviews going on behind the scenes, so could see quite a few more drive-through penalties as we watch Miguel Colon of the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team, currently in 3rd place overall, and very much chasing down the Overtake Red team. But we can see there now the Satellite Racing Blue team gone down to 4th. They have done their 3rd Yes, the third pit stop. I think that is to bring them in line to where they should be, because I believe that they went in early on in this race with damage. So that is them 2 official stops with 1 fast repair at the beginning of the race. So they are currently in 4th place. But the top 4 are the only 4 that are currently on the lead lap, from 4th down from Team FFSR Venom, a lap down from the leader. Looking further back then in the LMDH Amateur, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple leading the way. In 2nd place 11 is Excellent Racing LMDH team with Valhalla Motorsports in 3rd, 4 seconds behind them, then a big gap back to Sim Republic, 46 seconds behind. GT3 AM, I need to have a look into this. Is that SimHQ Motorsport Orange? Are they in fact a GT3? I don't believe they are, because they're not blue tag. They are not, so I'm not sure why they are showing the top of the GT3 AM. Bit of a glitch there. And are Lunatic Racing? Yes, they are. After they've done an amazing fight back, because they had a really big incident going into, I think it was the exit of turn 8. Got hit from the rear from an LMDH and put into the wall. But I think the lead was that substantial that they were quite close to the end of the lap, that they were able to get in and get the quick repair done and get out. So they are in fact leading the GT3 AMP. So I do apologise for the time and hour showing the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. I'm not sure why they're showing that. And the GT3 Pro, the Overtake Team Grey, currently just gone into the pits. So the Tenno Delta SimTech 144 team will shortly take over the lead in the GT3 Pro category. But that GT3 Pro category, Avery, is changing quite a lot.
Yeah, it's been the towers moving up and down, and front to back and back to front, and just good racing there in that AM class. And yeah, we're just keeping it real nice and tight racing. And the overtake team, so everybody's coming in for their. Who hasn't pitted in the last 20 minutes is coming in now. Expect maybe some more GT3s to come and make their way down into pit road, and really looking at some of these guys are going to be on older tires, some are going to be on newer tires. Remember, with the GT3s, they have that 2-tire limit, so that's always one thing to look out on. And who's been setting the clinic so far? That's been the Satellite Racing Teal team. They got it's a minute gap, but I'm pretty positive they need to make another. They might need to make a pit stop. So we'll see, because they've they have pitted twice, but we'll see if they're going to be able to stretch it all the way to the end, or come in, like you said, just get a quick top off with fuel.
Yeah, I think they will do, because it was around about 45 minutes before all the LMDH cars had to come in. So you would imagine that they would all have to come in for a splash and dash, unless somebody's doing some extreme fuel saving to try and not come in for that little stint. I just don't think it's able to do. But yeah, Colin McKenzie here, Lunatic Racing, I think they've certainly been the team of the day for me. They've led the actual overall of the GT3s, even being an amateur team. Had an incident that wasn't their fault, should we say, but still managed to come out and is leading the way in the GT3 AM. And you can see they're sort of a lap ahead now of the Direct Drive Motorsports overall for second place in the AM. So they've certainly driven exceptionally well. And like I said, they were the top GT3 car that was going around the track until the incident happened. So they certainly have been my drivers of the day. Overall is the Lunatic Racing team, currently in first place in the GT3 AM. Just looking further down then, so long haul racing. So the team two won the amateur race in Daytona, and the sister team, the long haul racing team, now currently in 5th place and trying to get up to the top honours. Bit frustrating that SimHQ's orange team's there, so we can't see the difference in time. I think it's very close actually to Valhalla. That is the Valhalla Motorsports team directly in front, so that is for position, so they can get themselves up to 4th place. So good battle here going to ensue in the GT3 AMS between Valhalla Motorsports and Longhorn Racing. And in fact, I think the CMSRacing.com endurance team is actually just behind them. So it's certainly a three-way car battle here for fourth place overall. That wasn't them, that was DH going. It's got to be scary, hasn't it? Seeing the car go past you that quickly. If you're not concentrating, you get spooked by it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not paying attention, then you see a car just fly right by you. Go, oh crap! I shouldn't have been a little more careful. But yeah, just a good job. Here's that Desperado Doug's team coming in. They're sitting in 7th place, 5 laps down from the leader of the LMDHs. So just doing it really, just getting points, going out there, because you never know if someone in front of you is going to wreck out and where you're going to gain a couple spots, because every point's important in this long series that we bring it to you on Apex Racing TV. And there's Christopher Youngwall, the number 55 LMDH in that Cadillac. Using the track limits there, so you got to be super cautious with the curbs and the kitty litters. So, but they're maintaining a 12th position finish, and there comes the pneumatic Motorsports blue team down to the pits. And there's comes Valhalla, 3rd place from the LMDH AM.
That team Quicker is the taps. Do you know the Quicker taps I'm on about? Or is that just me just thinking home appliances? I don't know. So we're into the yeah, maybe I don't know. Into the closing stages of this race. Then 32 minutes left of this 3-hour race to go. Yeah, I was expecting David to come in to give us a little bit of chat over the thing, but I think Avery, you've done an exceptional job of giving him a big head as always. I mean, it is an exceptionally well run series. I mean, it's the 4th series that they've had here with us at Apex Racing TV, and the racing has just been amazing. You know, there's different classes, but the good thing is that they're now branching out, so you've got, whereas we didn't have before, the AM and the Pro categories within the classes. They've dropped the LMP2s, but they've gained the Pro and the AM status. So where they've dropped the car, they've actually gained a class now with the 4 classes instead of 3 different car classes. So it gives a lot more of the lower race drivers. But I think, you know, that's pretty much what they're all about in there. Is they do a lot of racing on a lot of different platforms. So Assetto Corsa, iRacing, Automobile, I think is the other one that they do races on, but they cater for every single different aspect of iRacing. So whether you're an elite 8000k iRacer or a starting out 1000k iRacer, they've got something for everybody within their organization for people to enjoy, you know, and they're very reasonable. As an LMDH is around the wrong way there, but they're very reasonable in the price. Like I said, this one was I think it was $50 to enter a car for 6 races. If you look at the hours per race that they're racing, you know, that's a substantial amount of hours that the cars are open for. So, you know, and to get grids like this is quite amazing. We've got 58 cars starting this race on track. I mean, that's just an amazing feat to have that many cars onto a tracking series, and that just pays dividends to the series and the way it's run. I think having the stewards behind the scene makes it a lot more appealing for the drivers, you know, to be able to incidents are reviewed and actions straight away. You know, the point system that they're racing, and just the camaraderie between the drivers on the track, and obviously probably behind the scenes in the practice, and they probably help each other out with is really good. And that's what for me, that's why I love commentating on this series, which I've done for the past. Well, I think I've been on every single race and every single one. But yeah, really enjoyed it. So it looks like we have a crash to view us in these closing stages. Let's have a look. So it is Kevin Ayers of CMS.com endurance team. Looks like we're having the best of days. Oh, just a little bit into the corner. I think that was a bit of a both. I think there going into their turn number 2. I believe that was coming in as we come round with Nicholas Maynard of 100 Force. They've done well. Obviously, fighting with Obsidian Racing Future have not really been mentioned that much, Avery, on this chat, but managed to get themselves up into 4th place. You sort of find that with endurance. You don't talk about a team, and then in the last stages of the race, they seem to be in a position where they're going to get a decent haul of points.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Iceman Scott Dixon. When I was at the race in St. Louis, he was just kind of sitting back in a while, and all of a sudden he's winning the race, and he ended up winning. So yeah, it's all about strategy, and just sometimes you just got to keep the car on the track and keep the car clean. That's going to help you gain positions. As we see on the timing tower, Overtake Team Red is in the pits, so they're making their final pit stop of the day. So they bringing that Cadillac in and get I'm assuming just a top off of fuel with only under 28 minutes remaining. We're in the home stretch, under 30 minutes to go. So that one behind them is they're putting Luke back into the car, but that one behind them is missing a little bit of it's back. So technology. But,
blinking in it.
Yeah, good job by that Overtake team to keep on chugging along. Here they go. They're going to have to make some moves. They want to get back up into the podium position because the gap's going to be has grown. But like you said, it's tough to get out of pits here, especially when you have another car coming, because you got to make way for each driver, no matter what, for the one coming out of the pits or the one on the track. So and here comes the number 23 car. There's the Accent Racing Cadillac making their way out back on the racetrack with a ton of traffic in front of them. Good timing there for that sim car.
Yeah, so I mean, it certainly looks like all the MDHs changed their tyres on the last stint. Just looking at the pit stop timings for the LMDHs, sort of varies between 31 and 40 seconds. Certainly for the top ones, top teams, Satellite Racing Teal 37 seconds, and the Satellite Racing Blue Team 40.47, and then you've got the Obsidian Racing Future 40.9, 100 Force 31, so they certainly were the quickest. And then we've just Pneumatic Motorsport Blue 34 with Overtake Team Red we just watched with 31.45, so a relatively quick stop in their class for pit stops overall. So it's going to be a race now to the line for the majority of the field. The hardest one to call, I think, is the GT3 Pro, because the tactics that some of the drivers and teams have had are very different. So it's not following the usual pattern of close to an hour coming in and pitting. So a lot of cars and a lot of teams out of position in the fact of pit stops, probably due to a lot of early incidents in the GT3 category, so they had to use a fast repair. But it's going to be interesting to see, if a GT3 Pro team has to come in for a splash and dash toward the end, which I'm sort of expecting a couple of the teams to do.
Yeah, we could see that happening for those LMDHs, and big shout out to this Pneumatic team. They're sitting in a good spot right now, where I don't think you're not really in a situation where we really need to push the car with a 10-second gap and just a handful of laps to go. We're on lap 106, which is just a ton of laps with the lap times running around the 126 mark, 130 mark. Just depends on what pace you're running. And there's another other back into the pits. They were just coming out of the pits.
They were indeed. We've had four visits. They must really enjoy that pit lane. They've had 4 visits to the pit lane. There's the We're Too Fast Racing we had a chat with earlier on. Where are they actually at now? The We're Too Fast Racing guys.
Yeah, it's in P4, and they're not too far behind for a podium if they can get some good laps in. They got a good driver in the car. They got a good car. I mean, they've been real fast, and gonna try to run them down. They got Christopher Hill in the car and the We Too Fast racing car, and you know, they're definitely too fast for me. They are. And there's a Delta Simtech 144 coming into the pits. They were in the lead, so they should be give up the lead. This might, from the pit time, not sure how much. They're not going to be in the pits too long. Yep, they're just taking fuel. And one thing to keep an eye on is how are they going to be able to, where they're going to come out, because I think it'll be close for the final spot on the podium.
It certainly will be. It's a minute 20, so they're out of the exit at the moment. I think, yeah, so they've lost the second place. I think they're going to lose the third, so it's going to be quite close, I think, between Team Bearport Union and We Too Fast. It only got out in second place, actually. Yeah. Just ahead, I think, of the Team Bearport Union. You are in the background.
Yeah, so really good job by them to still come out in second place, because second's nothing to hang your head on. So some people might call it the first loser, but I'd rather finish second than be in last. So a good job by the Delta Simtech coming out of the pits, and now they just got to get into a rhythm for the final 22 minutes to try to, you know, they're probably not going to catch up to Robbie Prescott and the 992 Porsche, but if you can finish in the second place, that's something to really be proud of. So good job for them to get to this home stretch. Almost 20 minutes left in this 3-hour race. It's been a fun time. I think when you come to an endurance race like this, you know, you sign up for this long of a series or longer a race for a series. It's just like We Too Fast Racing was telling us. Frederick said. You got to get through it, and that's always the fun part, is when you can finish the endurance race. So this is the Valhalla Motorsports team. They're leading that GT3 AM, and that Lunatic car is 5 seconds back, and then it's from 8 seconds back to the Direct Drive Motorsports car behind them. So it's a 5-second gap between Valhalla Motorsports and Lunatic Racing, and Colin McKenzie and that Lunatic racing car has been really running super strong, and you know, they kind of gave up the lead a little bit, but 5 seconds, it's not out of the question. It can be done. It's 20 minutes left to race. You put in some good laps, and then you watch out for some, you know, when you have lap traffic, it is possible for Lunatic to catch back up, but the Valhalla Motorsports car has to slow down if for that to happen. So there is that Lunatic Audi just running a good race so far, trying to make some more moves to get back up to the race lead.
Definitely is. I mean, just put it in sort of perspective, is they've actually been in the pits 4 times, this Lunatic team, still in second place, 5 seconds off the lead. The rest of the field have done 2/3 stops. The Bearport Work Union have only done 2 stops. The last stop was on lap 73. So have they got enough to see themselves through to the end of the race? Only time will tell on that. But I mean, they've done an excellent bit of racing, the Lunatic racing team. You know, we saw the incident. There is our leader that is disguised GT3. Obsidian Racing Future in third place overall, with 100 force there, just trying to get that last podium on the top spot. So super close between these two, and 100 force have done really well here, coming up from the LMP2 from last season, looking down the inside. Didn't quite have the speed to be able to do it, but certainly putting the Obsidian Racing Future team under a lot of pressure here is Nicholas Maynard, coming down the long straight. Nope, he's decided not to look on the inside. It'd be a good idea just to probably stay behind him now, just try and put the Obsidian Racing Future driver under a lot of pressure to try and force a mistake to make an easy pass on him. But a great day at the office for the 100 force and Nicholas Maynard, trying to get that last step on the podium between Obsidian Racing Future and 100 Force in the LMD1 Pro category. So a good end to the race to ensure between these two drivers overall. But you can sort of see the timings in the timing tower of how far these two are behind the front runner of the Satellite Racing Teal team. Again, another dominant display. Had a bit of a blip halfway through. But as soon as Maximilian got back into the car, has pulled away steadily on there. But these two having a good old fight for third place overall in the the LMDH Pro category.
Yeah, and they can't battle too hard right now because that pneumatic Team Blue is really fighting along. One thing to keep a look at is we've just seen on the timing and scoring on the SDK app that the We2 Fast Racing came down into the pits, so they surrendered a position. But this battle is too hard, too close to break away from that final spot on the podium. Can that pneumatic Motorsports Blue team get around some of this GT3 traffic a little bit better than the 100 Force and the Obsidian Racing Future teams? So, but that's where, like, in this part of the race, Andy, this is to make it or break it moment. So this is where you gotta be aggressive and like, here's a big aggressive move, but he had to make it if he wants to keep up. If you have to make that move, because if he sits behind him, the gap grown because of that, but the gap would have grown even more. So yeah, you gotta be driving the wheels off that thing. So good job by both drivers, but I understand the move. It's getting close. It's 20 minutes left.
It is, yeah. Certainly trying to catch onto it. You can literally near enough grab him. You can see him there, how the gap between the battle for third and fourth at the moment. Miguel is trying to get onto the rear bumper or the rear wing of that 100 Force LMDH and then make it a freeway battle for the final step on the podium into this closing stages. Currently around about 17 minutes left of this race to go. So this is the hot battle at the moment for that third place, the last place on the podium for the LMDH Pro. But the Satellite Racing Teal and Satellite Racing Team Blue have done an exceptional race. Pretty much the Satellite Racing Teal team have pretty much had it all their own way this race, as well as Daytona. But the Satellite Racing Blue team had an incident earlier on in this race and had to go in for a repair, so was well down the field, but has steadily fought its way back, and it's looking like the two sister cars are going to be 1 and 2 on the podium, and now it's fighting over who's going to get the final podium place on the LMDH Road. Obsidian Racing Future currently holding that third place, but only just over the 100 Force. But Pneumatic Motorsport Blue is trying its hardest to try and get into the mix on this battle. Start another lap here. 100 Force Nicholas Maynard not able to make really any inroads, to be honest, into this battle with the Obsidian Racing Future. But all it's going to take now is one GT3 car to slow these two up slightly, and that Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team. Just looking at the last lap times of these guys, and they were all literally 125.2 for Obsidian Racing Future, 125.9, in fact 125.99, 125.96 and 125.92 for the three cars respectively. So super close and super competitive on the timing, so nothing to split between these three cars at the moment. You see there, car 100 into the roof. Let's have a look at some other crashes that have happened in the field. So we are looking at Christopher Steffensen, Olympus Esports Titan team. Good to see that they got back out. They did have an earlier on incident. Just to slide out in turn one. Great save there to be able to save that and carry on background racing in turn number 2.
Yeah, if you're going to spin, that's the best way to do it when you don't collect anybody else. So they're able to get back going. But like you said, this battle for the final spot on the podium is just, it is on fire. You can put those two under a blanket, and then you make a little bit larger blanket. You got the pneumatic blue car. So just really just a good effort by these drivers try to get that final spot in the podium, because it is very important points. The battle for the GT3 AM with the Valhalla and the Lunatic cars, that is also, I mean, it could be heating up soon if they can able to maintain a good position there. But man, I tell you what though, this LMDH Pro is on fire.
Yeah, it certainly is. 4.9 seconds as the Lunatic Racing, so not really making any inroads into Valhalla in that GT3. You can see there in the GT3 Pro, it's a Joe Carr in first place, 9.1 seconds behind is the Tento Delta Sim Tech 144 team. So, you know, that's got a bit of a gap at the front. It's pretty much all spread out in that GT3 field. So the hot one at the moment is that LMDH Pro in for that third place overall, as we're watching the Dog Bear Growl. Currently 9th in the LMDH amateur field. They're looking back up to the front. Valhalla Motorsports currently leading the way in the LMDH amateur. He is currently in P14th overall, so a few of the LMDH pros falling foul this round and being a lot further down than what they were expected. So the points are based on their class finish, so even if they finish lower down within the field but stay within their class, they will still score some very valuable points out there. But currently watching the Satellite Racing blue team, 30 seconds behind their sister team of Satellite Racing teal, and 20 seconds ahead of the battle we've been watching between the Obsidian Racing Future 100 Force and Pneumatic Blue. But you can sort of see now that the time is between just one or two GT3 cars. It gets that little bit more of a gap, a little bit more of a breathing space for the Obsidian Racing Future car over the 100 Force. I mean, you can see there the gap. 100 Force was right behind, but this could bring it all back into play. He's got two GT3 cars here to try and get past without losing. He's going to lose a bit of time here. That gives the opportunity for the 100 Force to try and get past, as long as he can navigate through the traffic a lot more efficiency. But look at the back there now, Pneumatic Motorsport blue team right onto the rear wing of the 100 Force. So like we said, he was going great guns, and all it takes is a couple of the GT3 cars to just shuffle the position in the back. 100 Force was right behind the Obsidian Racing Future. There's a bit of a gap there now, and Pneumatic Motorsport blue have managed to catch up onto the back of the 100 Force car.
Yeah, they're getting there. It's getting close. It's getting tight. Oh no, you hate to see it, and that's the way. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see it, man. It could have been a lot worse. Unfortunately for the Pneumatic, oh, he is flashing the lights. They are not too happy. Let's take a look at it here. I mean, run side by side. Yeah, maybe we're in the booth, so unfortunate that happened. But only lost. He didn't lose a spot. If you want to take a look at the that side of things, but now we move on. So
just one of the things. Obviously, flashing come up the inside. The first car got through, so that's 100 Force. So Pneumatic tried to follow on through where the Porsche was naturally, and I think they just collided, sort of locked horns mid corner, and unfortunately both of them went off. I don't think there was anyone to blame for that, to be perfectly honest. It was just, you know, Pneumatic was trying as hard as they could to keep behind the 100 Force, and was not able to do it.
yeah, so the battles now it's only two cars now battling for the final spot on the podium, and that Obsidian car is really pulled away a little bit. It's about 2 seconds. The last lap time was about 0.2 quicker, so they're doing what he needs to do, but it's all about getting through the lap traffic the best. I mean, this is the 100 Force car. We're running strong all race. Nicholas Maynard in the car at the moment, and I tell you, man, he's doing everything he can. He's running aggressive, but it's the last 10 minutes of the race. You have to be aggressive if you want to try to catch up to the driver in front of you. because if they make a little mistake and fall back 4 seconds, they're still in fourth. So he's doing everything he can. I mean, the third place is in sight, so he can see him. But that also hurts the guy in third. He can look in his mirror or in the camera in the car and go, crap, this guy might be catching me. But eyes forward, always focus on the car in front of you, quit worrying about the car behind you, and just keep chugging away. The gap is still just over a second, and we are coming close to the end of this race. 8 minutes left in this 3-hour race. Can they make the gap? The commentator in me says yes, they can make the gap, but the realist, I don't know, because they're both running around the same time. But it's all about getting through the GT3 traffic as quick as possible.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly it. You know, it's where you're going to hit the GT3 car. There's a little bit of gain there. Oh, as we see the SimHQ Motorsport white team taking a little trip into the barrier after turn 2. So let's have a look at what happened here. Comes around a little bit sketchy round turn number 1. Coming around turn 2. Does he get a little tap? A little bit of net code there, I think. And then facing the wrong way. There's nothing worse than facing the wrong way on a track round almost like a blind corner. So yeah, doing this Austin Power 50-point turn there.
Yeah. Yep. It's just oh yeah, the timestamp. So some of the penalties that are going to be reviewed now will be gone to defer to the post race. But you take a look at it, it's a half second now between third and fourth. The Obsidian Racing driver's getting got a lot of pressure from 104. He's going to try to force his way up to a little bit closer and look into the future and maybe get around him there, because that Obsidian Racing future car is just putting on a good effort. And I think a little wheel spin there for 100 force on the exit of the corner, and that really hurt him there. Just over 6 minutes to go in the race. So keep an eye on that battle. Oh, the Valhalla Motorsports car down in the pits. Leader of the
definitely.
GT3M.
Yeah, so he's going into the pits. What was the gap? The gap was, yep, so here we go. So Lunatic Racing will take back over the race lead in the GT3M. Is it a drive-through? I think the car behind is, well, yes it is. So managing to get that 20-point limit, and that's just how it can go, isn't it? Having 20-point incident level, if you're on the cusp of that. So, just as we said, with that pit exit is absolutely treacherous, and unfortunate the Olympus Esports car there got spun. I think he got a little bit spooked, I think, when the car came out. Let's have a look from the Olympus Esports Titan team and sort of see. We got tagged. I'm not sure. Let's have another look at that from camera. See, coming up to the exit. Yeah, I just don't think he touched him at all, but sort of spooked, I think, and that's what we've been saying about that pit exit. It is right near enough on the apex of turn number 1, the uphill turn number 1. But yeah, so Valhalla Motorsports currently in P3, which sorry, P2, because obviously the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team is a LMDH AM car. So Lunatic Racing is currently leading, and to be fair, I think they do deserve to win that GT3 AM race, because they have been the class above, like we were saying, leading the GT3 race overall. So that's good for them. That's pretty much it. Let's have a look at the Obsidian Racing future race, if you can.
Yeah, this Colin McKenzie in that Lunatic car just putting on a heck of an effort, and like you said, it's a race of attrition, and you got to keep the car on the track. And it's just when you're down and out, and you got close to the incident limit, you got to be careful. But this battle is heating up for the final spot on the podium for the Obsidian Racing LMDH Pro class. Got heavy traffic, putting its way through, but you got to do it when you got a guy with a 100 force car coming, trying to get up there. You have to make that move. It's one of those things that you hate to do it, but you have to do it.
Yeah, you can see the 100 force there flashing his lights with intent there, just trying not to lose any time to the Obsidian Racing Future driver in front of it. They're putting it all on the line, these two drivers, literally just trying to put that GT3 car in between the two is Obsidian Future, but it's there two for now. I think that's going to be the difference in, but let's have a look at the Penguin RC Simulation GT3 car. Up into turn one, a little bit of contact and a little bit of spin. I'm not sure who that Ferrari was.
Yeah, the gap's grown a little bit.
Yeah, Nick McLaughlin, it was gutted for Valhalla, but I suppose that's why the 20 limit is there. I suppose it's a hard track to keep within that 20, the 20 incident point limit, and yeah, it's a bit unfortunate a race is decided on incident points and the drive-through penalty, but I suppose you can't take it away from the Lunatic Racing. They have driven exceptionally well throughout this race. Obviously got a little bit of a tag and taken out, should we say, by one of the LMDH drivers that made him go into the pits. But put nothing away from Valhalla Motorsports, they've done an exceptional job as well to be looking at second overall in the championship, or sorry, second overall in this race. And here we are literally nose to tail now between the 100 Force and the Obsidian Racing Future. It's just so hard to call. If a GT3 car or even an LMDH car in front puts the Obsidian Racing Future offline, the 100 Force could nip up the inside. So, you know, it's all on a knife edge now between these two guys. It could either pay really well for Obsidian Racing Future and they get a lucky break with overtaking one of the cars, or 100 Force is going to profit from it. It could go either way at the moment.
Yeah, great move by the LMDH that wasn't racing against them. These guys, they got to know. They know that these guys are battling for that final spot on the podium, but these GT3s are racing too, so that really helped out that Obsidian Racing Future car getting through the traffic very well, and that 100 Force car.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Obsidian Racing Future got held up right behind that GT3 car and was trying to get past. I think he probably tried a little bit too hard, and unfortunately that put the pay and gave the 100 Force the opportunity to scoot up the insides. I mean, it was called. It was evil. It was going to be either way. It was either going to be 100 Force getting the opportunity or Obsidian Racing Future, and unfortunately it's come off worse for Obsidian Racing Future, and 100 Force are able to get that in. Let's have a look at a replay of that, because that was super tight. So you can see Obsidian Racing Future on board, literally trying to get past the Ferrari, gets in front, which he's well within his rights to. Tries to go on the outside, but the Ferrari is there, and unfortunately he cannot get past him, and 100 Force looks on the inside and takes the place and says, thank you very much. And don't think it's still over. I think there's still an opportunity. But let's have a look where they are on track. Where is?
Yeah, it's about a 10-second gap, or a 4-second gap. So I mean, that's just hard to make up, and we're either gonna be coming to the white or we're on the white flag. So
yeah, it's a bit unfortunate it comes down to that, but I could see it coming down to a slower car coming in to decide. It was even going to go either way, but unfortunately it's a bit of pill to swallow for the Obsidian Racing Future. But 100 Force has done really well throughout the day, so it's a really good race for them to end up in third place. But looking at our leaders, currently nearly 40 seconds ahead of.
The AMs are battling hard. It's within 2/10. They've given up position, the Sim Republic and the Valhalla Motorsports car. Now it's a half a second. It's really starting to pull up. Sim Republic is starting to pull away. They made the pass. Well, they're both passing each other. I hate to break the TV time from the Satellite Racing Teal team, but they're up by 40 seconds. But the Sim Republic cars, now they're pulling away. It's a 0.8 of a second gap.
Well, a lot of races and the classes being determined by where they can get the car. Let's have a look at a quick replay of the pass there.
Yeah, they're just going at it and just laying it all out on the line. But Sim Republic just makes the almost makes it, but just fantastic run. The winner of that satellite racing teal was the winner of the LMDH Pro, and then looks like the Sim HQ. Yep, still fighting the Sim HQ team. They're leading it right now for the M, coming to the line. Yep, Sim HQ is going to just barely edge him out. Robbie Prescott putting on a really good run. Like we said in the chat, he's really good. 16 seconds ahead of that Delta Simtech. The Audi, it was Porsche, Audi, and then it's a bunch of Mercedes. But coming out of the final corner, Robbie Prescott's going to be a winner. He's going to be able to hold him off. What a job by him and that 992 team to win the GT3 Pro category, and the GT3 AMP category was won by the Lunatic Racing. Colin McKenzie put a heck of an effort in. Andy, just a good job by them to keep the car clean, and major props to everybody involved. Such a fantastic race. We're just waiting on the back pain and eye strain racing team to come down and cross the finish line.
Yeah, great result for them, coming 5th overall, picking up some very valuable points. I know they come into this, they enjoy the racing and just come to enjoy it. So to get a 5th, it's great for some point haul for them, and keeps them entertained, I suppose, and reinvigorized to be able to keep going with that back pain and eye strain that you do when you get to a certain age, I suppose. But another great win today for the Satellite Racing Teal team, really showing its dominance. 41.8 seconds ahead of the sister team, the Satellite Racing Blue team. But what a great race for that third place overall, the 100 Force, winning out over Obsidian Racing Future. I did call it was going to come down to either or of a GT3 car or an LMDH car, just slightly offsetting one or the other, and unfortunately it went the way of Obsidian Racing Future, and 100 Force really capitalized. That LMDH Sim Republic taking the lead with Pneumatic Motorsport Purple winning out there. GT3 Lunatic Racing, after probably a heart in the mouth moment when that incident with the LMDH happened, and they had to go back, but luckily it was at the end of the lap, so was able to get back and repair. Obviously Valhalla Motorsport sort of handing to them at the end with a drive-through penalty, but they still take a valuable 2nd place in the GT3. GT3 Pro, Dietz Porsche Rensfager Jug come in 1st place. It was a very hard one to call in that GT3 Pro category because there was so many different tactics out on track. But I mean, overall, some great racing through all of the classes today. But my drivers of the day are certainly the Lunatic Racing team of the GT3 ARMS, leading that GT3 class overall, and then winning their GT3 AM. But Satellite Racing Teal are certainly going to be the team in the LMDH Pro category that are going to be hard to beat throughout the season. Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to Sim HQ for I know it had on the tower a little bit wrong, but they are the team that ended up winning the LMDH AM. But while we have some time left in the show, let's bring in the driver Jesse Line, and we'll bring in his teammate after that. So hey Jesse, it's Avery up in the production booth. Congratulations on a fantastic race there, man. You guys were out in front, but then you fell back to I think 3rd. But how were you guys able to pull out a win in this 3-hour endurance race?
We spent a lot of time building the setup, and Max got us a P1 in qual. Just, I don't know how he's so fast. I give him so much crap because he's really quick. My first stint didn't go so well. I just couldn't get the feel of the car very well, and I cracked under pressure, and I did some slides and went off track. And when the next stint came around, we just got back up to 1st and kept climbing, and we didn't really know how that happened. We just kind of went with it. So we we were happy to see that our sister car was also in second. So we just kept pushing like we had only a 10-second gap, but it turned out to be much bigger by the end. So we're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, just a phenomenal run by you guys. To, like you said, the setup was good, and Max put on some good times. Excuse me. And you guys ran pretty much even. He ran 11 laps or 9 laps more than you, but just a phenomenal run. And we came from Daytona, where you guys ran really well, and you go to a completely different track and still ran super well. We take a look at the calendar. Is there any other races you're really excited for?
No, I wasn't. This was my least excited race because I don't know this track, and it's very, very difficult with multi-class considering how narrow everyone is. And we were really happy to see that we were so I want to say dominant, but I don't want to jinx it, but we were pretty dominant in our pace, so we just kept going with it. We didn't really want to jinx anything, but we're actually really surprised with this win.
Speaking of your co-pilot, I got Max here. Max, what a great run for you guys, and just maybe not as dominant as the first race, but the second race, you still put on a good effort. How was the team getting ready for going to a completely different track?
It was tricky. I think we started out with a setup that needed a lot of work, but thanks to Adam Crane and a bunch of other guys at Satellite, we made it work. And it ended up being really quick, as we saw in both qualifying and the race. So it was just mainly about keeping the car on track, not picking up off tracks, which I did frequently at the beginning, but we both ran really clean stints at the end and brought it home. So it's good.
Yeah, it's one of the things we've seen throughout the race, the incident limit being 20 incidents for a drive-through, and it really changed some things. Does that change how you guys are driving throughout the race? Or
Not a ton.
We didn't really change a whole ton. What made it extra hard for us is we had 2 netcode incidents in Max's first stint that ended up basically giving us just 8x right out of the bat. So we only had 12 for the rest of the race. And it was really unfortunate, and I feel really bad for the guys that ended up getting the shorter end of the stick with the netcode incident as well, because a GT3 car and another lapped GTP car had gotten damage from it. We apologize to them, but that was really unfortunate.
So Jesse, we'll let you go first. Before we let you go, anybody like to thank?
Yeah, we'd like to. I'd like to thank Satellite and also our sponsors. Dr. Dabber, Ellis Engineering, Moradness, and Nemesis Lab. And I'd also like to thank my parents and guys over at PCA, because there's a lot of PCA guys I know that are in this series as well, and they're all a bunch of really cool guys. So,
how about you, Max? Anybody for you?
I'd like to thank all of the above and Adam Crane for helping so much with setup work. Also, my girlfriend and my parents too. So
awesome! Congrats, guys, on another overall win. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. And now we've got standing by is James Andrew from some HQ Motorsports Orange. Andrew, welcome to the booth, mate. Great win in the amateur for the LMDH. How was that race for you, mate? It was extremely close at the end.
Hectic all the way through is the only way to describe that race. I mean, I love the track. It flows nicely, but I knew that 3 hours with nearly 60 cars today was always going to be a real struggle, and it was a survival race from start to finish. Luckily, all of our guys are generally very good on the old incident points, and we had a few little incidents early on that weren't our fault, but we managed to keep underneath that incident limit, and I had a very clean run. But how we got in the lead, I have no idea. You can tell me that from you. You were watching the race, but I have no idea how we got there. I presume it's from damage to other cars or something. And then the fight at the end, well, there was a little bit of inter-team communications to see whether any kind of help could be given, but it was just hanging on for dear life and hoping that somebody would make a mistake, and they did. So we'll take that. You've got to be there to win it, haven't you?
100%. Just take us through that last minute. I mean, 0.2 of a second to win the Iron Championship after 3 hours. Just take us through the lap beforehand and how you were trying to line up the passing opportunity.
To be honest, I wasn't lining anything up from my side because I knew I didn't have the raw pace that the other guys had. In the last couple of laps, I threw it into attack mode to make sure I had some bit of extra boost when I needed it, to stay near them and keep the pressure on them. And it was really nice to see a bit of traffic coming in the way, and maybe there might have been a back marker LMDH as well, maybe in the way. Whether that caused any incident that helped me out, I can't remember who was involved there. But no, I was just in the mode of don't throw it away. You've got a few incident points left to as long as you don't have any contact and you can just keep on the track, keep the pressure on, stay in people's heads, and you might get lucky. And I got lucky.
You certainly did, and obviously it's a great start to the season. Obviously third out in Daytona in the AM, obviously getting first place here today. I mean that sets you up quite nicely for the rest of the season. Going through, I'm just looking at the competitors around you. So the guy that came first, I think he ended up further down the field. So you got some very valuable points overall from this session. And it was interesting that you were saying that this race was a war of attrition, and it was all about trying to keep your nose clean, which you seem to do very well. And exactly like you said, you didn't know how you ended up there. It was probably, like you say, from a lot of the other cars being involved in the last quarter, as I say, incidents with other cars that, and it sort of pays to keep it nice and clean, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. I mean, speaking for myself, I'm not the fastest driver in the team, but what I do try to ensure is that I hire people who are naturally good at avoiding the incidents, and we've always pushed that as the ethos of the team is keep our nose clean and you're going to go forward in this game. So that's always the way we work, and sometimes if you're fast enough to be in the mix, then keeping your nose clean will be the difference a lot of the time. And so I can think of numerous occasions today where I gave it up, or I waited for a few extra corners and just gave people a bit more space, whether I'd met them before and I'd seen they were a bit here and there, or whether it was just a faster car, like maybe the GT3 leaders, you give them a bit more room to work before you kind of put your nose in out of respect. But I felt that was just the way to handle the race, was to make sure you get there, make sure you get to the end and see what it throws at you. And today it threw a nice chunky piece of silverware.
Certainly did, but congratulations on your first place. Third place in Daytona, first place here. That bodes quite well for the rest of the season for you. But before we let you go, Andrew, is anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Who would I like to give a shout out to? Obviously the sponsors, Penguin, and I can't even think of all the other ones that there's. You will have listed them all during the race. You guys do a fantastic job every race as well with the commentary. On all the competitors, frankly, for turning up today on a race that you knew was going to be a real struggle, I'm really glad that people were up for that, turned out and gave everybody else, regardless of where they finished, they gave them a good race, and that's what we're all here for. So thank you to all the competitors as well.
Definitely, mate. Well, congratulations on your win, and look forward to the next round in Spa.
Cheers. You take care.
Cheers, mate. So there was the Sim Racing HQ Motorsports Orange team that won the LMDH amateur category. Over to you, Avery. Who have you got stood by?
Yeah, I got the other driver from that team. We got Darren here. Darren, congrats on a fantastic race. Your co-pilot said it was a race of attrition, and something you just had to win the race. You had to last all 3 hours. I think you guys kind of made that true, and how well you guys turned out to get the win.
Yeah, it seems that way. We didn't really do anything special. We just drove our race and let it come to us, I think.
Yeah, I mean, with having the incident limit for the drive-through penalty, it's very important to, stay on the track and try not to, push the limits too much and survive. I asked a couple of drivers earlier. It went from a track like Daytona to here, which is completely different. Did you have to change your mindset a little bit coming into this round?
Well, we always knew that like incidents was going to play a big part in this. The race didn't really get off to a good start. I think within like the first 30 minutes, we had maybe 12 incident points through netcode and similar things to that. So we had a long way to go in the race with only like 6 incidents that we could have.
Yeah, it's good. Great way at knowing your limits, and had the race a little bit different, and it ended up working out really well for you.
Yeah,
you're going to
yeah. Bit fortunate in the end, I think, with a bit of contact for P1 in our class on the penultimate lap. But yeah, I was quite happy with the way that our race panned out. To be honest, we just did our thing, and yeah, it just worked out.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again on the class win. Before we send you off into to the next round, anybody like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just the whole team. We've got 3 teams in this race today, so congratulations to all of them. I'm not sure where the other 2 teams finished, but I'm sure they did a good job.
Awesome. Congratulations. We'll see you next time.
Cheers.
That was the other half of the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky here because I really want to speak to the Lunatic guys, so I'm going to get them in before the GT Pro so they can have the final say. But guys, I mean, absolutely fantastic race by you two, leading the way at one point within the GT field in its entirety, so well ahead of the pros. Obviously, we did see your slight incident with another car that put you into the wall, but I mean, even that, and you still came back and won it. Just talk us through that race from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got to give a hats off to my partner Nick here for putting us in such a great position to start. P4, and our whole entire goal was when we saw we were starting in the AM division was just we're gonna run our own race and not to fight too many people. And come to find out, they all started to fight in front of us, and we just did our own race, and we were leading at one point. And thank God for Nick, calming me down after the incident, and we were able to get back out there and just put our heads down and take home a victory.
Yeah, it felt good putting that quality lap in there. I don't think I could replicate that if I tried now. It was a cracker of a lap, and it really set up the whole race for us.
Just talk us through the incident that obviously put you into the wall and pretty much probably meatballed your flag. What was the thoughts when that sort of happened, and how did you keep yourself calm and realise that you could possibly still in it?
I mean, basically, we were coming up on the exit, and I thought the prototype flashed to the inside, so I was going to let him take it, and so I didn't move to probably where he thought I was going to, and he just smoked the back of me and meatballed us. And I think I was able to start crab walking it a tiny bit, and we decided that if I could still kind of get it back to the pits, it would save us a ton of time because we still had the faster pair, thank God. And Nick kind of, did an amazing job spotting, telling me where people were going so we could just make sure we weren't going to be on track and causing more issues so we could get it back without towing.
Yeah, absolutely. Cullen nursed it back home. We got a quick repair, and then he put on a clinic recovering that loss of time. So hats off to Cullen for bringing it home there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, I was saying it out on comms, for me, you were the team of the day in my eyes. The way that you started the race, the way that you got in front of all the GT3 pros, obviously, and then recovering from that incident to be able to get back up. It's probably quite fortunate, and I will give a shout out to the Valhalla Motorsport team. Unfortunately, they hit the incident level, but you've got to be in it to win it, which was enable you to take over first place and get the win in the GT3 AM. You've got to be over the moon, though. I mean, not the best result at Daytona, but certainly today makes up for that and puts you back in the race, doesn't it?
Yeah, super unfortunate event, but spirits were still high heading into here. We know what we could do as a team, so if we just kept our head down, we thought we were going to have a good result. I didn't think we would be leading the race, but we just kept our head down and we took care of business and finished where we wanted to.
Yep, and what more we can say about that? You obviously dominated that GT3 field today, won your class, and sets up quite nicely the next round in Spa. But before we let you go, guys, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I would love to give a shout out to my partner Nick, my partner Rob, the Lunatic organization, for letting us do what we do and having a good time out here. And also big shout out to our fans, keeping us in check and making sure we do the best result we can. Nick?
The CMS crew, the Apex Racing, Dave, James, you guys, it's a pleasure to watch these broadcasts back, and it's a great organization to be racing in. So a lot of fun, and thanks for hosting.
Well, cheers, guys, and we look forward to seeing you out next time.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, guys.
You guys. Avery, who have you got stood by?
I think we'll have Robbie and Mark, the winners of the GT3 Pros. We got a phenomenal race for that top spot on the podium. We'll first start with you, Robbie. Take us through how that race went for you guys.
Roller coaster of emotions for sure, absolutely. I know this race is going to be all about tires, so biggest thing was just getting us in at least a top 5 position in qual, and just kind of settle in and let the guys battle up front and see if they can wear their tires down faster than us. And then I was driving so easily that I spun very slowly, looped it around, and then we dropped back down to 10th. So I was pretty mad about myself about making that little mistake, and then just kind of hung in there. My biggest thing was just to give Mark enough tires where he could still have a fast second stint on the same set, and handed it off to him. And then as soon as he took back over, and then somehow we found ourselves in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good when you're coming into the race with the tire limit, and you have to give your co-pilot a fair share at a good stint. Now, Mark, did Robbie leave you a good enough car for the when you got into the car?
Yeah, even with the spin, actually, we had enough tire left that was better than any of our practice stints, so it wasn't any issue. Luckily for us, the the track temp was actually reasonably cool. So when we were testing, we were prepping for like a 110, 115 degree track, and luckily it wasn't that today, so got away with it.
Yeah, you got to. Sometimes it's okay to get away with things, but I asked a couple other drivers earlier. You go from Daytona to here, just a completely different track. It just everything happens quicker. Those LMDHs are up on you so much quicker. Did you have to change the way you kind of drove today?
Yeah, I think this is the most passively I've ever driven before. Like usually if a GTP is trying to send it, maybe I will cover it off just to not lose over a second. But today I was like, all right, just go. You can have it. I don't want to die.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to junk the car, especially in a team race. Nobody likes being the team that the driver of the team that wrecks the car. But before we let you go, we'll let Robbie go give a send off first. Anybody like to give a shout out to?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, Mark and Scott and Chad and JR, and then Adrian. We're all the D's, Porsche, Renfer, Alt, and Young teams. We're all working together to try to figure out what's the best way to keep both our GT3s on the track and kind of see how well we can keep our tires not from falling off. And we know there's a lot of talk about people not happy about it, but we took it as a challenge, and we knew that some people were kind of all over the place about it. If we just kept our heads down and focused on something else, we could walk away with the win. So all of us kept each other intact. And I'd like to give a shout out to those boys, because if it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't be on the podium today.
Anybody like to give a shout out to, Mark?
Yeah, especially Chad to our team. I mean, he put a ton of effort into making this setup something where you can easily double stint it. I think a lot of teams are doing a 3-stopper today. I think that's what kind of made the difference for us in the end. We were able to pull off that 2-stopper. Also wanted to give a shout out to my family. I think they started a late lunch without me, so hopefully they're not too mad, but I think they're watching this interview, so I think they'll understand.
Awesome. Congrats, guys. Mark, go get your lunch. Family, if you're watching, save a little bit for him. So we'll see you guys next time around. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Thank you, boys.
Okay, we'll have time for one more interview, as they've been in the interview waiting area for a considerable amount of time, so it's only fair and fitting that we get them in. So it's our second place in the GT3 category, Tinto Delta Simtech 144. Guys, welcome to the booth. Interesting race, and it was a hard one to call for that GT free throw. How did that race go for you?
Well, we started P7 and we survived. But I will say you need to drag my partner up. That's Jonathan in the booth. And nice seeing you again, Andy. I knew I recognized that voice.
It's good to see. Good to see you, guys. You know, you've come up a long way since I last commentated on you, mate. Second place overall. I mean, it was a hard race, wasn't it?
Yeah. But you know what? It's a team effort at the end of the day. A ton of practice with Pat, Peter, and Jonathan. Working on the setup. Just a total team effort. Finding out the crazy areas and trying to get the timings down. And of course, the league with their practice sessions was a huge help too. And yeah, that's the name of the game. Survive at Jerez, right? That's all it's about, really.
And he is. And Jonathan, over to you, mate. How did that race go for you?
You know, Sammy set me up really well, which was great. It got really crazy and exciting in the last 2 or 3 laps. I was glad I was able to bring it home in one piece.
Hey, real quick before you let us go, I gotta shout out my sponsor. If you guys are ever looking out for like eyebrow LEDs or like an awesome dash display, Delta Simtech is the place to go. Chris is amazing. Check out his dash, check out his new steering wheels. It's the highest quality products, and he's so community focused. He's the only sponsor we reached out to and actually got. So huge shout out to Delta Simtech, and Chris.
On there, Sammy, as you always do, but I'll let you off, mate. As I was going to ask you, Jonathan, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to, mate?
I mean, Sammy with the setup was great, and of course, Chris at Delta Simtech.
I mean, it's a great result. Second place, obviously mid-table come Daytona, so second place will give you some valuable points, and that GT3 Pro category is certainly a hot one this season. So congratulations, guys, on your second place overall, and look forward to seeing you out in Spa next time. Cheers, guys.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Well, that's it for our interviews, and I think we're going to quickly run through the grid to give everyone an idea of where everyone finished and where your car of choice is. But over to you, Avery.
I'll take a look at the LMDH pros. They had a Satellite Racing Teal team take home the win. Second place is Satellite Racing Blue. 100 Force was in third place, and Obsidian Racing Future in fourth, and then the penultimate.
I'm going to say, Avery, that's the championship standards at the moment. I don't know if Joshua can get the. He can't get it through. Oh, all right. Okay. Bit of a technical difficulty, everyone.
Yep, you can take him away, Andy. Thanks.
There we go for you, Avery.
Yeah, so no worries. Take it away, Andy. It's all yours. I'm out.
Yeah, so Satellite Racing team come out winners, 41 seconds ahead of Satellite Racing Blue, 41 seconds behind them. We saw the epic fight between 100 Force and Obsidian Racing Future for third and fourth overall. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue in fifth. Delta Simtech in sixth. Overtime Team Red in seventh. Penguin RC Simulation Carbon eighth. Team SR Venom in ninth. SimHQ Motorsport Red in 10th, with MEKA Esports in 11th. Toyota Racing Pro in 12th, with Last 10th Racing in 13th. Penguin RC Simulation Magna in 14th, with Olympus Esports Titan in 15th. Penguin RC Simulation GT3 in 16th. Very strange name for a LMDH car. And the Tempest Sim Sport in 17th, with Precious Racing Esports rounding out your 18 car field. Over to the AMS. And in the AMS, we've got Sim Republic in first place, with Pneumatic Motorsport Purple in second. Valhalla Motorsport Teva in third, with Dog Bear Bite in fourth. Dog Bear Bark in fifth, with Racing LMDH in 6th. Desperado Dogs in 7th with Team Breakfade in 8th with Dog Beer Growl in 9th with Valhalla, rounding out the top 10 of your motorsports. Over to the GT3 Pro. And Z's Porsche Ramfire Yug wins with 16 seconds over the 10-2 Delta Syntech 114 team. Overtake Team Grey in 3rd with Bear Pulp Enduro in 4th. Delta Syntech in 5th will overtake Team White in 6th. We2 Fast Racing in 7th with overtake Team Black in 8th. Bear Pulp Workers Union in 9th with D's Porsche Ramfire Alt in 10th. Wireless Ginger Liveries in 11th with Really Slow Motion Racing in 12th with Tempest Simsport GT3 rounding out 13th in the GT3 category. In the GT3 arm we got CMHQ Motorsport Orange not winning the race. It was Lunatic Racing overall. CMHQ Orange won the LMDH arms. So Lunatic Racing won the GT3 and with Valhalla Motorsports in 2nd. In 3rd was CMSRacing.com Endurance. In 4th was Back Pain and Eye Strain Race Team. In 5th was Direct Drive Motorsports, and in 6th was Longhorn Racing. In 7th was Overtake Team Pink with 8 Longhorn Racing 2, and in 9th was SimHQ Motorsport White. In 10th was Fennec Racing Black Team, and in 11th was Can-Am Racing. 12th was Bear Pump Zero, 13th the organisation, 14th the UK DRTH Team 1, and in 15th, rounding out the field, was Wild Juice Racecraft that didn't actually start the race. So, I mean, Avery, what more can I say? Some excellent racing, still on top. Satellite Team Racing overall. I mean, they're going to be the team to beat in that LMDH Pro, but I mean, another fantastic event, and looking forward to the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a fantastic rest of the season. Big shout out to all the drivers coming into a very tough track, and pretty much they all handled it very well. I know between you and Josh and I, we really appreciated the being able to call the race, and just it's a phenomenal race. And make sure you subscribe to the channel, and because they'll be back on with us, and take a look at their website. They'll have a little bit more information on when they're getting ready for the next race here on Apex Racing TV. But I had a blast.
Definitely did, but that rounds up here this round number 2 of the iRTES Championship Motorsports Endurance Series. We're going to say goodbye from myself, Andy Thompson, Avery McDonald. Big thank you to the sponsors, Penguin RC Simulation, SimRacing247.com. We look forward to seeing you on February the 7th at Spa for a 4-hour endurance race around there. But until then, from myself, from Avery, from Josh in the production, we're going to bid you farewell and good night.
Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.